Performing our national anthem, international vocalist and New York tenor, Christopher Macchio.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Our sailors that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Leading our Pledge of Allegiance, Tunnel to Towers Smart Home recipient, Corporal Scott Noakes.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I go?
Come back, I'm sorry. All right, we can.
Please welcome Father Jerome to deliver today's invocation.
Let us pray. God our Father, today we stand on hallowed ground, ground zero it is called, or more appropriately, ground hero. For on this day, September 11th, 2001, 3,000 lives were taken from us in an instant. We dare not forget the sacrifices of those who gave all on that fateful day. We pray for those who responded to the call of duty. Indeed, as it has been said, all gave some on that day, but some gave all. As we reflect upon these men and women and their courage, we are grateful for the sacrifices they made. Greater love than this no one has, than he laid down his life for a friend. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the gift that is our beloved country, the United States of America, where we enjoy freedom, freedom of speech and expression, freedom to worship God, freedom from want, and finally, freedom from fear. And we pray, God, that these freedoms may always be preserved and maintained forever. Let us not forget that freedom is not free. It sometimes comes at a tremendous price. God bless all who perished on this sacred day. Eternal rest grant unto them, and may they rest in peace. Amen. Amen.
Marie Gordon M. Amath, Jr., L. Demiro Abad, Marie Rose Abad, Andrew Anthony Abate, Vincent Paul Abate, Lawrence Christopher Abel, Olona Abraham, William F. Abrahamson, Richard Anthony Aceto, Henrik Bernard Ackerman, Paul Aqua Viva, Christopher Adams, Donald Leroy Adams, Patrick Adams, Shannon Lewis Adams, Stephen George Adams, Ignatius Udo Adanga, Christy A. Adamo, Terrence Edward Adderley, Jr., Sophia B. Otto, Lee Adler, Daniel Thomas Aflito, Emmanuel Akwasi Afakwa, Alok Agua, and my cousin, firefighter David Durubio. Your sacrifices on that day will not be forgotten. You've instilled something in me that will not be extinguished. Until we meet again, brother, let's go Rangers.
Mukul Kumar Agawala, Joseph Agnello, David Scott Agnes, Joao Alberto de Francisco Aguiar, Brian G. Ahern, Jeremiah Joseph Ahern, Joanne Marie Aladiotis, Shabir Ahmad, Terrence Andre Aiken, Godwin O. Alaja, Trudy M. Alagiero, Andrew Alamino, Margaret Ann Ilario, Gary M. Elbiro, John Leslie Albert, Peter Craig Alderman, Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick, David D. Alger, Ernest Alicacas, Edward L. Allegretto, Eric Allen, Joseph Ryan Allen, Richard Dennis Allen, Richard L. Allen, and my brother, Dennis Michael Edwards. As Macklemore says, I heard you die twice. Once when they put you in the grave, and once when they stop mentioning your name. We will never stop mentioning your name.
Christopher E. Allingham, Anna S.W. Allison, Janet Marie Alonso, Anthony Alvarado, Antonio Javier Alvarez, Victoria Alvarez Brito, Telmo E. Alver, Cesar Amaranto Alviar, Tariq Emanula, Angelo Amaranto, James M. Amato, Joseph Amatuccio, Paul W. Ambrose, Christopher Charles Amoroso, Craig Scott Amundsen, Kazuhiro Anai, Calixto Anaya Jr., Joseph P. Anshundia, Kermit Charles Anderson, Yvette Constance Anderson, John Jack Andratio, Michael Rourke Andrews, Jean and Undruki, Su Nia Ang, and my uncle, Calixto Anaya Jr. Theo, unfortunately, I only got to know you through stories, but through those stories, I got to learn the type of person who you were. And I know you'd be proud of your family today. I wish I had my own memories with you. We love you and we miss you.
Joseph Angelini, Sr., Joseph John Angelini, Jr., David Lawrence Angel, Mary Lynn Edwards Angel, Laura Angeletta, Doreen J. Angrisani, Lorraine Antigua, Sema David Ioma, Peter Paul Apollo, Faustino Apostle Jr., Frank Thomas Aquilino, Patrick Michael Araños, David Gregory Ark, Michael George Krasinski, Louis Arena, Barbara Jean Aristigi, Adam P. Arias, Michael J. Armstrong, Jack Charles Aaron, Joshua Todd Aaron, Richard Avery Arano, Maya Joy Aronson, Japhet Jesse Arai, Carl Francis Asaro, and my uncle, firefighter Sean Hanley. I'm standing here today in his legacy as a fourth-generation firefighter, proudly wearing his badge number. 19 years ago today, my Uncle Sean had just gotten off his night tour when he heard the news. He quickly turned around with a sense of pride and purpose. On this day, he made the supreme sacrifice, like many others. My Uncle Sean's smile was contagious. He always lit up the room. His sense of humor and charm is something I've always admired. He always put his family first. My two great-grandfathers and my grandfather and my two uncles proudly served on the FDNY, and I feel it is an honor and a privilege for me now to serve with New York's bravest. I carry on the Hanley legacy. Uncle Sean, I know you're looking down on us. We love and miss you. And lastly, to all my FDNY brothers and sisters that risk their lives every day to keep New York safe, Godspeed.
Michael A. Asiak, Michael Edward Asher, Janice Marie Ashley, Thomas J. Ashton, Manuel Asembe, Greg A. Atlas, Gerald Thomas Atwood, James Audefred, Louis F. Aversano, Jr., Ezra Avilas, Sandy Ayala, Arlene T. Babakitis, Estes R. Baku, John J. Badaglilaka, Jane Ellen Baszler, Robert J. Bearwalter, Andrew J. Bailey, Brett T. Bailey, Garnet Ace Bailey, Tatiana Bakalinskaya, Michael S. Baksh, Sharon M. Balcom, Michael Andrew Bain, Catherine Bantus, and my nephew, Thomas Edward Juergens, who died on 9/11 in the South Tower of the World Trade Center rescuing people in danger. He lived a life of service. He was a New York State court officer, a volunteer fireman, and a combat-trained Army medic. He lived as he served. He died as he lived, helping others. Rest in peace.
It is an honor and privilege to be given the opportunity to recite the names of those lost on September 11th. Gerard Baptista, Walter Baran, Paul Vincent Barbaro, James William Barbella, Victor Daniel Barbosa, Christine Joanna Barbuto, Colleen Ann Barkow, David Michael Barkway, Matthew Barnes, Melissa Rose Barnes, Sheila Patricia Barnes, Evan J. Barron, Renee Barrett Arjun, Arthur Thaddeus Barry, Diane G. Barry, Maurice Vincent Barry, Scott D. Bart, Carlton W. Bartels, Guy Barsby, Ina B. Basina, Elisa Christine Burton Bashamani, Kenneth William Bosnicki, Stephen Joseph Bates, and my husband of 30 years, FDNY Chief Gerard A. Barbara, a member of the FD for 31 years, and as a young man served in the U.S. Navy. Jerry would have been beaming with pride at the achievements of his children, Karen and Paul, and overjoyed with his 5 grandchildren, Alexis, Luke, Thomas, Elena, and Kate. Unfortunately, they never knew the world and love he would have showered them with. The September 11th memorials and ceremonies are always milestones to our families and the 9/11 community. We especially want to commend the Tunnel to Tower Foundation for providing us a venue during COVID-19. In these times of the pandemic, may we respect and be thankful for our PD, FD, EMT, first responders, hospital personnel, and our military past and present, and those who continue to suffer from the aftermath of September 11th. May we never forget September 11th, and God bless America.
Paul James Battaglia, W. David Bauer, Ivan Luis Carpio Bautista, Marilyn Capito Bautista, Mark Lawrence Bavis, Jasper Baxter, Lorraine G. Bay, Michelle Beal, Todd M. Beamer, Paul Frederick Bettini, Jane S. Beatty, Alan Anthony Bevan, Lawrence Ira Beck, Minette Marie Beckles, Carl John Bedigian, Michael Ernest Beekman, Marie A. Bear, Max J. Belke, Yelena Belavosky, Nina Patrice Bell, Debbie S. Bellows, Stephen Elliott Belson, Paul M. Benedetti, Denise Lenore Benedetto, and my cousin, Michael Stabile. Although I was only 5 years old when you passed, your memory still lives on, and our family has not forgotten. We miss you, we love you, and you are always in our hearts.
Brian Craig Bennett, Eric L. Bennett, Oliver Bennett, Margaret L. Benson, Dominic J. Berardi, James Patrick Berger, Stephen Howard Berger, John P. Burgeon, Alvin Bergson, Daniel David Bergstein, Graham Andrew Berkeley, Michael J. Berkeley, Donna M. Bernards, David W. Bernard, William H. Bernstein, David M. Berry, David Shelby Berry, Joseph John Berry, William Reed Bethke, Yanane Baytru, Timothy D. Bertoli, Carol Mayer Bjorg, Edward Frank Baye, Paul Michael Bayers, and firefighter Michael Carlo, who passed away September 11th, who was survived by his brother Rob Carlo, who lives his legacy and does so much for the communities in remembrance of his brother. And just to remember all the persons out there that are still suffering from the effects of 9/11. God bless to all of you.
Anil Taharam Bahravni, Bella J. Buchanan, Shimmy D. Beagleson, Peter Alexander Beelfield, William G. Bigart, Brian Eugene Bilcher, Mark Bingham, Carl Vincent Binney, Gary Eugene Bird, Joshua David Birnbaum, George John Bishop, Chris Romeo Bishendot, Jeffrey Donald Bittner, oh, good.
Good morning. I'd like to say it is truly an honor for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to host this sacred ceremony. We knew that it was of the utmost importance that we read aloud the names of all 2,977 souls who perished 19 years ago today, as well as the names of the 6 lives lost in the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center. Think of people like Gene Raggio, a Port Authority supervisor, known as the mayor of the Twin Towers, who survived the 1993 attack and ended up sacrificing his life helping others on 9/11. His name must be read out loud. And NYPD officer Morris Smith, who was in the South Tower helping people evacuate, repeating over and over, "Don't look, keep moving, keep moving." How many people did she save? Her name must be read out loud. Or the man in the red bandana, Wells Crowther, who saved countless lives. He wasn't a firefighter. He wasn't a police officer. But like so many that day, he made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of others. His name must be read out loud. What about Todd Beamer and the other passengers on Flight 93 who fought the hijackers before they crashed in Shanksville? Will we ever forget Todd's last words? "Let's roll." Their names must be heard and read out loud. And for those who lost their lives when the Pentagon was struck by Flight 77, including the youngest victim, little 3-year-old Dana Falkenberg, isn't it right and isn't it just that we read their names out loud? There were so many acts of heroism, like FDNY Battalion Chief Oriel Palmer, along with his band of brothers, who made it up to the 78th floor of the South Tower to help evacuate civilians who sacrificed their lives. And how about my brother, firefighter Stephen Siller, father of 5, who strapped 60 pounds of gear on his back and he ran through the tunnel to the towers where he gave up his life while saving others. They deserve their names read out loud. The horrific loss of life from the largest attack on U.S. soil, a terrorist attack, requires that we read these names out loud in person on this day every year. We can never minimize that fateful day, the innocence, the violation of so many young people murdered 19 years ago today. We must always remember, we must never forget. God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tunnel to Towers Chairman and CEO Frank Siller and Mrs. Patricia Siller. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Kelly Craft. U.S. Acting Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf and Mrs. Hope Wolf. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, and Second Lady, Mrs. Karen Pence.
There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to tear down and a time to build. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to scatter stones and a time to gather them. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to search and a time to give up. A time to keep and a time to throw away. A time to tear and a time to mend. A time to be silent and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. A time for war and a time for peace. What do workers gain from their toil? I have seen the burden God has laid on the human race. He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart. Yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. Ecclesiastes.
In the memory of all those we lost on this day 19 years ago. In memory of the heroes that were forged that day. And heroes forged on battlefields ever since. And for the families, loved ones, and friends they left behind. I pray these ancient words will comfort your hearts and ours. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Albert Balahi Blackman, Jr. My dad, firefighter Christopher J. Blackwell, Rescue 3. Carrie Rosetta Blackburn. Susan Lee Blair. Harry Blanding, Jr. Janice Lee Blaney. Craig Michael Blass. Rita Blau. Richard Middleton Blood, Jr. Michael Andrew Bocardi. John Paul Baki.
Michael L. Bocchino. Susan M. Bocchino. Dara Frances Bodley. Bruce Douglas Boehm. Mary Catherine Murphy Bofa. Nicholas Andrew Bogdan. Darren Christopher Bohan. Lawrence Francis Boasu. Vincent M. Bolin, Jr. Tori Hamzavi Bolachari. Alan Bondarenko. Andre Bonar, Jr. Colin Arthur Bonnet. Frank J. Bonamo. Yvonne Lucia Bonamo. Sean Booker, Sr. Kelly Ann Booms. Canfield D. Boone. Mary Jane Booth. Sherry Ann Bordeaux. Christine Bordanabe. Jerry J. Borg. Martin Michael Borcheski. Richard Edward Bosco. And my brother, firefighter Brian Eugene Belcher. Brian, there isn't a day that goes by I don't think of you. I've been asked how one gets over something like this. What can I say? All I can say is that we don't get over it. We just learn to live with it. In 19 years, you have missed so much. Your son would make you so proud. Grant is in his second year of college, an amazing young man, smart, talented, hardworking, and respectful. He has a love for Jeeps, basically all cars, and he definitely takes after you with his appetite. After all, you didn't earn the name Tugboat for being small in stature. Your nieces have grown to young women. Ashley recently became a mother, which makes you a great uncle. Yes, I could hear you saying, "What do you mean? I was always great." And great you were, and continue to be in all of our hearts. God bless you and all the lives lost 19 years ago, and God bless the United States of America.
Klaus Both. Carol Marie Bouchard. J. Howard Bolton. Francisco Eligio Boder. Thomas Harold Bowden, Jr. Donna M. Bowen. Kimberly S. Bowers. Veronique Nicole Bowers. Larry Bowman. Sean Edward Bowman, Jr. Kevin L. Bowser. Gary R. Box. Gennady Boyarsky. Pamela Boyce. Alan P. Boyle, Michael Boyle, Alfred J. Braca, Sam Connedy Brace, Kevin Hugh Bracken, Sandy Waugh Bradshaw, David Brian Brady, Ginsky, W. Brandon Marty, Raymond Brandhurst, and my father, FDNY Lieutenant Joseph P. Gullickson, Ladder 101. Daddy, not a day goes by where we don't think of you. We miss you and we love you.
David Reed Gamboa Brandhorst, Michelle Renee Bratton, Patrice Brout, Lydia Estelle Bravo, Ronald Michael Brightweiser, Edward A. Brennan III, Frank H. Brennan, Michael E. Brennan, Peter Brennan, Thomas Moore Brennan, Daniel J. Brethel, Gary Lee Bright, Jonathan Eric Briley, Mark A. Brisman, Paul Gary Bristow, Marion R. Britton, Mark Francis Broderick, Herman Charles Broghammer, Keith A. Broomfield, Bernard C. Brown II, Janice Julius Brown, Lloyd Stanford Brown, Patrick Brown, and to my uncle, firefighter John Michael Collins of Ladder 25. I was very young when you passed, but you've had a profound impact on me. You're the reason I became an EMT, and you're my role model in life and in my career. You're my hero, Johnny. We love you and we'll never forget.
Mark Bruce, Richard George Bruhert, Andrew Brunn, Vincent Edward Brunton, Ronald Buca, Brandon J. Buchanan, Greg J. Buck, Dennis Buckley, Nancy Claire Boucher, Patrick Joseph Boos, John Edward Bulaga, Jr., Stephen Bruce Nin, Christopher L. Buford, my friend Matthew J. Burke, Thomas Daniel Burke, William Francis Burke, Jr., Charles F. Burlingame III, Thomas E. Burnett, Jr., Donald A. Burns, Kathleen Ann Burns, Keith James Burns, John Patrick Burnside, Irina Buslow, Milton G. Bustillo, and my friend and brother-in-law, Sean Thomas Lugano. Your family misses and loves you and thinks about you every day. God bless Matt, Sean, and all of the victims. God bless the victims' families, and God bless the United States of America.
Thomas M. Butler, Patrick Dennis Byrne, Timothy G. Byrne, Daniel M. Caballero, Jesus Napalte Cabarrus, Lillian Caceres, Brian Joseph Cachia, Stephen Dennis Cafiro Jr., Richard Michael Caggiano, Cecile Maria Kalika, John Brett Cahill, Michael John Cahill, Scott Walter Cahill, Thomas Joseph Cahill, George C. Kane, Salvatore B. Calabro, Joseph M. Calandrillo, Philip V. Calcano, Edward Calderon, Jose O. Calderon Omeldo, Kenneth Marcus Cadwell, Dominic E. Kalia, Felix Bobby Calixte, Francis Joseph Callahan, my cousin Salvatore B. Calabro, firefighter. We love and miss you very much. Thank you.
Liam Callahan, Suzanne M. Callie, Gino Luigi Calvi, Rocco Camage, Michael F. Camarata, David O.T. Campbell, Jeffrey Thomas Campbell.
Sorry.
Would you be all right reading again? Yeah. Okay. You want me to just from the top? Okay. I'm going to try this again. Hello. Liam Callahan. Suzanne M. Callie. Gino Luigi Calvi. Rocco Camage. Michael F. Camerata. David Odie Campbell. Jeffrey Thomas Campbell. Robert Arthur Campbell. Sandra Patricia Campbell. Sean Thomas Canavan. John A. Candela. Vincent A. Cangelosi. Stephen J. Cangelosi. Lisa Bella Canava. Brian Canizaro. Michael R. Canty. Louis Anthony Caparici. Jonathan Neff Capello. James Christopher Cappers. Richard Michael Caproni. Jose Manuel Cardona. Dennis M. Carey Sr. Edward Carlino. Michael Scott Carlo. And my uncle, firefighter John G. Chapora, Engine 219. It's been 19 years, my entire life since the towers were attacked. I did not know my uncle, but the stories of him and his life's accomplishments have filled me with love and wonder at a man I would have loved to know. Part of me is jealous and hurt that I was robbed of that chance, never to experience his laughter, warm hugs, and his friendship. However, we as a family always look to the blessings we have and pray for those who have suffered tragedies, as Uncle John would have wanted us to do. We love you always and know you are watching over us. And thank you to the Siller Foundation for keeping this tradition alive, so my generation and generations to come will always know to never forget, or as my father would say as he stands behind me today, to always remember.
Good morning. Okay, David G. Carlone. Rosemary C. Carlson. Mark Stephen Carney. Joyce Ann Carpenetto. Jeremy Kaz Carrington. Michael T. Carroll. Peter J. Carroll. James Joseph Carson, Jr. Christopher McCall Carcinogen. Angeline C. Carter. James Marcel Cartier. Sharon Ann Carver. Vivian Castleduck. John Francis Casaza. Paul Reagan Casio. Nellie Ann Heffernan Casey. William Joseph Cashman. Thomas Anthony Casora. William Otto Casper. Alejandro Castaño. Arcelia Castillo. Leonard M. Castriano. Jose Roman Castro. William E. Caswell, and my cousin, Kevin J. Smith of Hazmat 1, one of the first to enter the building that day. We love you and miss you to the moon and back. Until we meet again, God bless the FDNY and the New York Police Department and America. Thank you very much.
Richard G. Catarelli, Christopher Sean Caton, Robert John Caulfield, Mary Teresa Caulfield, Judson Cavalier, Michael Joseph Cawley, Jason David Kane, Juan Armando Ceballos, Marcia G. Cecil Carter, Jason Michael Cephalo, Thomas Joseph Selleck, Anna Mercedes Joni Sesta, John J. Chada, Jeffrey Mark Chernoff, Swarna Chalasani, William A. Chalkoff, Eli Shallow, Charles Lawrence Chan, Mandy Chang, Rosa Maria Chapa, Mark Lawrence Charette, David M. Charlebois, Gregorio Manuel Chavez, and my uncle and godfather, Michael Massaroli. Uncle Michael, I carry you with me wherever I go, in everything I do. It's a little surreal that it's been 19 years since we've lost you, but you're always in my heart and on my mind. I think about you every single day, and I only wish I could fill you in on all the amazing, exciting new things that we're all experiencing. Thank you for always watching over me and everybody else, and thank you to the Steven Siller Foundation for allowing this to happen in the wake of the pandemic. Thank you.
Pedro Francisco Checo, Douglas Macmillan Cherry, Stephen Patrick Cherry, Vernon Paul Cherry, Nestor Julio Chevalier Jr., Swede Joseph Chevalier, Alexander H. Cheong, Dorothy J. Chirachio, Luis Alfonso Chimbo, Robert Chin, Eddie Wingwei Ching, Nicholas Paul Chiafalo, John G. Chippera, Peter A. Chirchirilo, Catherine Ellen Charles, Ki Young Hee Casey Cho, Abul K. Chowdhury, Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury, Kirsten Lael Christoph, Pamela Chu, Stephen Paul Chuknik, Y. Ching Chung, Christopher Chiar Ferdini, Alex F. Ciccione, and my father, Lieutenant Joseph P. Gullickson of Ladder 101. We love and we miss you.
Frances Ann Salenti, Elaine Chillo, Patricia Ann Cimaroli Misari and her unborn child, Edna Cintrone, Nestor Andre Cintrone III, Robert D. Siri Sr., Juan Pablo Cisneros, Benjamin Keefe Clark, Eugene Clark, Gregory Allen Clark, Manny Leroy Clark, Sarah M. Clark, Thomas R. Clark, Christopher Robert Clark, Donna Marie Clark, Michael J. Clark, Surya Rachel Emma Clark, Kevin Francis Cleary, James D. Clear, Jeffrey W. Cloud, Susan Marie Klein, Stephen Coakley, Jeffrey Allen Cole, Patricia A. Cody, and my mother, Susan Patrice Clancy Conlon. Mom, wishing you were here will never get easier. We try to find peace by living through your spirit every day. All of us love and miss you.
Daniel Michael Coffey, Jason Matthew Coffey, Florence G. Cohen, Kevin S. Cohen, Anthony Joseph Coladonato, Mark Joseph Coleo, Stephen J. Coleo, Christopher Michael Colasante, Kevin Nathaniel Colbert, Michelle P. Colbert, Keith E. Coleman, Scott Thomas Coleman, Terrell Coleman, Liam Joseph Colhoun, Robert D. Colin, Robert J. Call, Jean Marie Collin, John Michael Collins, Michael L. Collins, Thomas Joseph Collins, Joseph Kent Collison, Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman, Patricia Malia Kolodner, Linda M. Cologne, and my nephew, Charles Francis Xavier Heron. Charlie, at 23 years old, you were brutally taken from us. Not a day goes by that your family and friends do not think about you, talk about you, laugh about you, or cry about you. In your short life on earth, you made such an impact, and for that we are forever grateful. Your family and friends have gone on to live without you, but you are dearly missed, especially by your brothers and sisters, Sean, Billy, Anne Marie, and Bernadette. But life goes on, and we live the lives you would want us to live, with happy times, sad times, and babies born with your name. Continue to be our guardian angel, and until we meet again in heaven, we love you, and give your mom a big kiss and hug from us. We love you.
Sol E. Colon, Ronald Edward Comer, Concepcion, Albert Conde, Denise Conley, Susan P. Conlon, Mary Margaret Connor, Cynthia Marie Lease Conley, John E. Conley, Jr., James Lee Connor, Jonathan M. Connors, Kevin Patrick Connors, Kevin F. Conroy, Brenda E. Conway, Dennis Michael Cook, Helen D. Cook, Jeffrey W. Coombs, John A. Cooper, Julian T. Cooper, Joseph John Capo, Jr., Gerard J. Coppola, Joseph Albert Corbett, John J. Corcoran III, Alejandro Cordero, and my brother, Donald W. Robertson, Jr. Donnie, we love you and miss you every single day. We keep your legacy alive through your beautiful children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, and Kevin, as well as Mom and Dad and our large family and all of your friends, and of course, Team Shamrock. We promise that we will be here every year reading your name and keeping your memory alive. We, Donnie, will never forget you. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Whenever I'm ready. Robert Joseph Cordes, Ruben D. Carrera, Danny A. Carrera Gutierrez, Georgine Rose Corrigan, James J. Corrigan, Carlos Cortez Rodriguez, Kevin Michael Cosgrove, Dolores Marie Costa, Digna Alexandra Costanza, Charles Gregory Costello, Michael S. Costello, Asia S. Cottom, Conrad Coffey Katoya Sr., Martin John Conlon, John G. Conlon, Timothy J. Conlon, James E. Cove, Andre Colin Cox, Frederick John Cox, James Raymond Coyle, Michelle Coyle Eula, Christopher Satan Kramer, Eric A. Cranford, Denise Elizabeth Krant, and my father, Jesus J.R. Sanchez. Dad, we miss you a lot. There's a lot you've missed out on my life. I've been told you're a really great person, more compassionate and kindness than anybody's ever seen. I try to embody that every day and hope that I'm making you proud with everything I do. I want to thank the Towers 2 Foundation for doing this, especially because I was sad. I didn't think it was going to happen, so I really appreciate this chance to do this again like I did last year. God bless the 9/11 victims, and God bless America.
Good morning. James Leslie Crawford, Jr., Robert James Crawford, Tara Kathleen Creamer, Joanne Mary Cregan, Lucia Crafasi, John A. Kriske, Daniel Howe Crispin, Dennis A. Cross, Kevin R. Cotty, Thomas G. Crotty, John R. Crow, Wells Remy Crowther, Robert L. Cruikshank, John Robert Cruz, Grace Alegre Cuja, Kenneth Jones Cubas, Francisco Cruz Cubero, Thelma Cuccinello, Richard Joseph Cudina, Neil James Cudmore, Thomas Patrick Cullen III, Joanne Cullinan, Joyce Rose Cummings, Brian Thomas Cummings, and my brother William McGinn, Squad 18, FDNY.
Michael Joseph Cunningham, Robert Curatolo, Lawrence Damian Curia, Paul Dario Curioli, Patrick Joseph Currivan, Beverly L. Curry, Andrew Peter Dale, John DeLaura, Vincent Gerard Damadeo, Thomas A. Damaskinos, Jack L. D'Ambrosi Jr., Janine Damiani Jones, Manuel Joao Damota, Patrick W. Danahy, Mary D'Antonio, Vincent G. Dons, Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling, Annette Andrea Dadaram, Edward A. Diatri, Michael D. Dioria, Lawrence Davidson, Michael Allen Davidson, Scott Matthew Davidson, Titus Davidson, Nierka Davila, Ada M. Davis, Clinton Davis Sr., Wayne Terriel Davis, Anthony Richard Dawson, Calvin Dawson, Edward James Day, William Thomas Dean, Robert J. DeAngelis Jr., Thomas Patrick DeAngelis, Dorothy Alma Diarujo, Anna Gloria Pocasangri Di Barreria, Tara E. DeBeek, James D. Debenure, Anna M. DeBin, James V. DeBlase Jr., and we will never forget and will always honor the memory of Vito Joseph DeLeo.
J. Sorrell Malabuyak de Chavez, Paul DeCola, Gerald Ponto, Simon Mirage Dedvukaj, Jason Christopher DeFazio, David A. DeFeo, Jennifer De Jesus, Monique Effie De Jesus, Nareda De Jesus, Emmy De La Pena, Donald Arthur De La Pena, Azucena Maria De La Torre, Vito Joseph DeLeo, Danielle Ann DeLee, Joseph A. Della Pietra, Andrea Della Bella, Palmina Deligati, Colleen Ann DeLacari, Joseph DeLuca, Manuel Del Valle Jr., Francis Albert DiMartini, Anthony DeMas, Martin N. DeMeo, Francis Deming, and my brother Thomas Swift. Your entire family loves you and misses you. You may be gone, but you'll live in our hearts and our soul forever.
Carol Keys Demitz, Kevin Dennis, Thomas Francis Dennis Sr., Jean C. De Palma, Jose Nicholas De Pena, Robert John Duraney, Michael Di Rienzo, David Paul Derubio, Jamal Legacy DeSantis, Christian Louis De Simone, Edward De Simone III, Andrew J. Desperito, Michael Jude D'Esposito, Cindy Ann Duell, Melanie Louise DeVer, Jerry DeVito, Robert P. Devitt Jr., Dennis Lawrence Devlin, Gerard P. Dewan, Sumanali Kasamali Danani, Michael Louis D'Agostino, Matthew Diaz, Nancy Diaz, Abdulio Ruiz Diaz, and my brother, firefighter David Paul DeRubio. The days will always be brighter because you existed. The nights will always be darker because you're gone. And no matter what anyone says about grief and about time healing all wounds, the truth is, there are certain sorrows that never fade away until the heart stops beating and the last breath is taken. David, we love you, we miss you, and we wish you always. Stay close.
Michael A. Diaz Pedrera III, Judith Velasquez Diaz Sierra, Patricia Florence DiCiario, Rodney Dickens, Jerry D. Dickinson, Joseph Dermot Dickey, Jr., Lawrence Patrick Dickinson, Michael D. Deal, John D. Fado, Vincent Francis DeFazio, Carl Anthony DeFranco, Donald Joseph DeFranco, Eddie A. Dillard, Deborah Ann DiMartino, David DeMeglio, Stephen Patrick Dominio, William John Dimling, Christopher Moore Dincuff, Jeffrey Mark Dingle, Rena Sam Denew, Anthony D. Nacio, George D. Pasquale, Joseph D. Pilato, Douglas Frank DiStefano, and my mother, Barbara P. Walsh. How could this be 19 years? We brought up our families and had so much love and good memories, but there's always a missing piece in our hearts without you here, Mom. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. It's a true statement. We, your family, understand these words. We've never experienced the love that we have for you, and we are missing you terribly the way we do 19 years later. Still, we're so grateful. We laugh. We have lots of tears, and we still enjoy all the family vacations. Without your guidance, we would not have the roadmap to navigate into the future. Thanks, Mom, for all you gave us. Though we will miss you and always will miss you, we are so blessed to have you in our lives. Thank you, Towers to Tunnel Foundation, for doing the right thing for our families of 9/11. This is something our families will never forget. Rest in peace to all our loved ones. God bless America.
Donald Americo DiTullio, Ramsey A. Donay, Johnny Doctor Jr., John Joseph Doherty, Melissa Candida Doy, Brendan Dolan, Robert E. Dolan Jr., Neil Matthew Dollard, James Domanico, Benilda Pascual Domingo, Alberto Dominguez, Carlos Dominguez, Jerome Mark Patrick Dominguez, Kevin W. Donnelly, Jacqueline Donovan, William H. Donovan, Stephen Scott Dorff, Thomas Dowd, Kevin Christopher Dowdle, Mary Yolanda Dowling, Raymond Matthew Downey Sr., Frank Joseph Doyle, Joseph Michael Doyle, Randall L. Drake, and my cousin, Kevin Bracken, your wife Jen, your siblings, in-laws, and all of your extended family miss you and love you, our hero. God bless all who were lost that day, and God bless all of our survivors.
Patrick Joseph Driscoll, Stephen Patrick Driscoll, Charles A. Droz III, Myrna A. Duarte, Luke A. Dudek, Christopher Michael Duffy, Gerard J. Duffy, Michael Joseph Duffy, Thomas W. Duffy, Antoinette Duger, Jackie Saya Dugan, Sariv Ducat, Patrick Dunn, Felicia Gale Dunn Jones, Christopher Joseph Dunn, Richard Anthony Dunstan, Patrick Thomas Dwyer, Joseph Anthony Ecobachi, John Bruce Eagleson, Edward T. Earhart, Robert Douglas Eaton, Dean Philip Eberling, Margaret Ruth Echterman, Paul Robert Eckner, and my sister, my best friend, Lucy Bracken Fishman. Lucy, you were taken from us 19 years ago when you left behind your two beautiful children, Samantha, 11 years old, and Jason, only 3. Our mother, our siblings, 5 of us, 1 niece and 5 nephews. Since this day, 19 years ago, when you went to work for Aon, 2 more nieces and a nephew have been born that you have never met. They never got to know their always smiling, happy, fun Aunt Lucy. You should be here in October when your daughter gives birth for the first time. You should be here to meet your grandson and be his grandma. Jason should have known his mom. You should be here guiding him through college decisions and watching proudly as he becomes a music teacher, since you always loved music so much, and I'm sure that's where he got it from. You never got to see him on his first day of preschool because the first day of preschool was September 11th, and you won't get to see him when he gets that master's in music. We are incomplete without you, and losing you has forever altered our. You are loved beyond words, and you are missed beyond measure. Take care of all of us, especially your little girl when she goes into labor. Continue to be our special, beautiful guardian angel. Watch over us and protect us. Keep sending us all those signs. And hold my little boy, who's with you now, in a tight hug for me. Tell him how much his mama misses him and loves him. Dance and sing for him the way you used to do for all of us. The 2 of you rest in the sweetest of peace until we are all together again. And thank you, Stephen Siller. Thank you for your sacrifice that day and for his family, the Sillers, that help first responders, the military, and all of our 9/11 families. Without them, today would not be possible. God bless America.
Constantine Economos, Barbara G. Edwards, Dennis Michael Edwards, Michael Hardy, Christine Egan, Lisa Erin Egan, Martin J. Egan, Jr. Michael Egan. Samantha Martin Egan. Carol Eggert. Lisa Karen Ehrlich. John Ernst Ehrlich. Eric Adam Eisenberg. Ferlinda Elder. Michael J. Elferis. Mark Joseph Ellis. Valerie Silver Ellis. Albert Alfie William Elmery. Robert R. Elsif. Edgar Hendricks Emery, Jr. Doris Suk Yoon Eng. Christopher Epps. Ulf Ram Erickson. Erwin L. Erker. Beloved brother Robert Fazio, Jr., a very gentle man who gave his life for others. You are missed by your sister, Carol.
It is with great honor and privilege that I am able to say these names. William John Fanny Espinoza, Billy Scoop Esposito, Bridget Ann Esposito, firefighter Frankie Esposito, Captain Michael A. Esposito, Ruben Esquelin Jr., Sadie Eddy, Barbara G. Etzold, Eric Brian Evans, Robert Edward Evans, Meredith Emily June Ewart, Catherine K. Fagan, Patricia Mary Fagan, Ivan Krillios Fairbanks Barbosa, Keith George Fairbin, Sandra Fajardo Smith, Charles S. Falkenberg, Dana Falkenberg, Zoe Falkenberg, Jamie L. Fallon, William F. Fallon, and my father, firefighter Robert J. Crawford, Safety Battalion 1. Although 19 years have passed, there isn't a day that goes by without a thought of you. My heart has been broken, and it will never be healed. We have an obligation to speak for those who no longer have a voice. I will say their names with honor and privilege. I will always remember. Until we meet again, I love you.
William Lawrence Fallon, Jr., Anthony J. Fallon, Jr., Dolores Bridget Finelli, Fangman, John Joseph Fanning, Kathleen Ann Farragut, Thomas James Farino, Nicholas John, Syed Abdul Fatah, Christopher Edward Fanon, Wendy R. Faulkner, Shannon Marie Fava, Bernard D. Favuza, Robert Fazio Jr., Ronald Carl Fazio Sr., William M. Fahan, and my son, firefighter Frankie Esposito, and my nephew, Captain Michael Esposito. Beautiful memories last. They never get lost, and they can never be taken away. To some, you may be forgotten. To others, a part of the past. But to those who knew and loved you, your memory will last forever. May God bless Frankie, Michael, and America.
Francis Jude Feely, Garth Aaron Feeney, Sean Peter Adam Feidelberg, Alan D. Feinberg, Rosa Maria Feliciano, Edward P. Felt, Edward Thomas Fergus Jr., George J. Ferguson III, J. Joseph Ferguson, Henry Fernandez, Judy Hazel Santillan Fernandez, Julio Fernandez, Elisa Gazelle Farena, Anne Marie Salarin Fieria, David Francis Parigio, Robert John Ferris, Louis V. Fersini Jr., Michael David Ferrugio, Michael Bradley James Fetchit, James Luis Fialco, Kristen Nicole Fidel, Amelia V. Fields, my brother firefighter Lee S. Failing, Engine 235. Not a day goes by that we don't think of you, or a second that we don't wish you were still here. I would get everything I have to see you walk through that door just one more time. You'll always be my mentor and best friend. You're a loving husband, son, brother, and someone I could always look up to. But most of all, you are a hero and New York's bravest. God bless all the families, and God bless America.
Samuel Fields, Alexandra Milan Filipov, Michael Bradley Finnegan, Timothy J. Finnerty, Michael C. Fiore, Stephen J. Fiorelli, Paul M. Fiore, John B. Fiorito, John R. Fisher, Andrew Fisher, Bennett Lawson Fisher, Gerald P. Fisher, John Roger Fisher, Thomas J. Fisher, Lucy A. Fishman, Ryan D. Fitzgerald, Thomas James Fitzpatrick, Richard P. Fitzsimons, Salvatore Fiumafredo, Darlene E. Flagg, Wilson F. Flagg, Christina Donovan Flannery, Eileen Fletcher, Andre G. Fletcher, and my brother-in-law, Kevin Joseph Frawley. Kevin was 34 when he died. He was born a triplet, the fifth of 6 children. Whoever said that one person cannot change the world had never met Kevin. He was a gift from our Lord, an example of what we are capable of. He was more than the way he died. His life had a purpose. To a mother, he was complete joy, love, and happiness. To his sisters, he was unconditional love His bear hugs made the world seem a little safer. He was truly a beautiful soul. To his brother, whose grief is still palpable to this day at the mention of his name, Kevin was the best friend, a fellow accomplice in all things mischievous, a hero. For his nephew, echoes of Kevin's love still paint his memories. To Kevin's new bride of just 1 month, he was a promise of a life to be. Kevin's friends feel blessed and privileged that their lives were touched by him. To his friends, Kevin was love, laughter, and joy. To the world, Kevin was someone who took off his coat and bought a meal for the homeless man near his job and cried at his passing. He was someone who showed up at a friend's door with a bouquet of flowers for her cousin who had never received flowers. Our family has been blessed with the birth of 4 more children since Kevin's passing. In them, we see our beloved Kevin, his love and kindness, his quick wit, twinkling eyes, and charming smile. We are so proud they continue his legacy. Kevin, we miss you every single day. Our hearts still feel heavy with our grief. Our days and times seem silent without your laughter. You are never forgotten. Our family would like to thank Tunnel to Towers Foundation and the hundreds of Americans who raised their voices to become one booming voice in order to make both the reading of the names and the tribute in lights possible this year. Our family is most grateful that America keeps its promise every year in remembering Kevin and those who were murdered on this day 19 years ago. For us, they're not just lights, and they are not just names. For us, they are a reminder of America's promise to never forget. They are a reminder that heroes walk amongst us daily, men and women in blue and red who in the face of danger walk towards it instead of running from it. Their names are a reminder of this horror-filled day 19 years ago, but their names and stories also remind us of September 12, 2001, and the days that followed. For us and for America and the world, their names are a benediction of what we as a united America is capable of. They remind us that although we are not perfect, we Americans love each other, that we, family, friends, neighbors, Americans, care deeply for one another every single day, one nation under God. Thank you for our brave police officers, firefighters, and military who protect and defend us daily. Thank you, America, for keeping your promise to never forget. Kevin, we miss you so very much every single day. You are and never will be forgotten. We love you. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Carol M. Flickinger, Matthew M. Flacco, John Joseph Florio, Joseph Walkden Flounders, Carol Ann Flyzik, David Fodor, Michael N. Fodor, Stephen Mark Fogel, Thomas J. Foley, Jane C. Folger, David J. Fontana, Chi Min Fu, Delrose E. Forbes Cheatham, Godwin Ford, Donald A. Foreman, Christopher Hugh Forsyth, Claudia Alicia Foster, Noel John Foster, Sandra N. Foster, Anna Fosteris, Robert Joseph Fati, Jeffrey Fox, Virginia Elizabeth Fox, Pauline Francis, and my uncle, NYPD, ESU Truck 7 Police Officer Santos Valentin Jr., our hero on earth and our guardian angel in heaven. You are only 39 when you and your partner Ronnie Klopfer and other first responders bravely entered the towers. The courage and sacrifice of that day we will never forget. 19 years later, it feels like only 19 months or 19 weeks for some. The pain is still fresh, especially for your 90-year-old mother, Gloria, who misses you every day. Your memory lives on in those who were fortunate to have known you. All of us miss your sense of humor. We always felt safe around you, and we know you're in heaven looking down on us every day. God bless our first responders, and God bless America.
Virgin Lucy Francis, Gary J. Frank, Morton H. Frank, Peter Christopher Frank, Colleen L. Frazier, Richard K. Frazier, Kevin J. Frawley, Clyde Frazier Jr., Lillian Inez Frederick, Andrew Fredericks, Tamitha Freeman, Brett Owen Freeman, Peter L. Freund, Arlene Eva Freed, Alan W. Friedlander, Andrew Keith Friedman, Paul J. Friedman, Greg J. Froner, Lisa Ann Frost, Peter Christian Fry, Clement A. Fumando, Stephen Elliott Furman, Paul James Formato, Carlton Douglas B. Fife, and my father, my hero long before September 11th, Fire Safety Director Richard Fitzsimons. My sincerest thanks to all our first responders and everyone who puts the health and safety of others before their own, then and now. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Frederick Neil Gabler, Richard Peter Gabriel, Richard S. Gabriel, James Andrew Gadil, Pamela Lee Gaff, Irvin Vincent Galliard, Deanna Lynn Galante and her unborn child, Grace Catherine Galante, Anthony Edward Gallagher, Daniel James Gallagher, John Patrick Gallagher, Lourdes J. Galetti, Kono E. Gallo, Vincent Galucci, Thomas E. Galvin, Giovanni Galetta Gambale, Thomas Gambino Jr., Glenn F. Gamboa, Ronald L. Gamboa, Peter James Gansey Jr., Michael Gann, Charles William Garbini, Andrew Sonny Garcia, Cesar R. Garcia. A message for Rescue 3 firefighter Raymond Meisenheimer. Loving husband of Joanne, cherished father of Lauren and Caitlin. Ray, although you never met your grandchildren, Jordan, Kinsley, and baby Cole, you are forever in their hearts. We think about you, talk about you, and miss you every day. You are loved greatly by your family and your friends and will never be forgotten. Rest in peace, Ray. God bless America.
David Garcia, Jorge Luis Moran Garcia, Juan Garcia, Marlon del Carmen Garcia, Christopher Samuel Gardner, Harvey Joseph Gardner III, Douglas Benjamin Gardner, Jeffrey Brian Gardner, Thomas A. Gardner, William Arthur Gardner, Frank Garfey, Rocco Nino Gargano, James M. Gartenberg, Matthew David Garvey, Bruce Gary, Boyd Allen Gatton, Donald Richard Gavigan Jr., Peter Allen Gay, Terrence D. Gazzani, Gary Paul Geidel, Paul Hamilton Gear, down the aisle last week. We'll never forget you.
Gentle, Linda M. George, Edward F. Garrity, Suzanne Garrity, Ralph Gerhardt, Gerlich, D. Getsford, James G. Geyer, Cortez G. Joseph M. Giacone, Vincent Francis Giamona, Deborah Lynn Gibbon, James Andrew Giberson, Brenda C. Gibson, Craig Neil Gibson, Ronnie E. Geese, Andrew Clive Gilbert, Timothy Paul Gilbert, and my father, Port Authority Police Officer Thomas Edward Gorman. Miss you. And thank you. Thank you for the lessons, the virtues. They'll be passed down to my child-to-be. Thank you to all the rescue workers that work tirelessly at the site, who suffer today, who have passed on. Thank you to
and my dear brother, firefighter Andrew Brian Jordan. We love you so and miss you always. Thank you.
Good morning. Stephen Glick, John T. Nazo, William Robert Gottschalk, Michael Galliamella, Brian F. Goldberg, Jeffrey G. Goldflam, Michelle Goldstein, Monica Goldstein, Stephen Ian Goldstein, Ronald F. Galinsky, Andrew H. Dolkin, Dennis James Gomes, Enrique Antonio Gomez, Jose Benvenido Gomez, Manuel Gomez Jr., Wilder Alfredo Gomez, Janine Nicole Gonzalez, Mauricio Gonzalez, Rosa J. Gonzalez, Lynn Catherine Goodchild, Calvin Joseph Gooding, Peter Morgan Goodrich, Harry Goody, Karan Kumar Reddy Gopu, and our son, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald. Right, guy? As it was said, on September 11th, 2001, so it is now 19 years later, and we still love you, we still miss you so very, very much. The American people will never forget the 2,977 holy innocents who were taken from us that tragic day. I thank the Tunnel to Towers organization for allowing this day to happen. God bless our military, our first responders, the FDNY, Engine 298 in Queens, and the NYPD. God bless New York City, and God bless America.
Catherine C. Gaurier,
Lisa Fenn Gordonstein, Kareen Gordon, Sebastian Gorky, Kieran Joseph Gorman, Thomas Edward Gorman, Michael Edward Gold, O. Kristen Osterholm White Gould, Douglas Allen Goel, Yuji Goya, John Richard Grabowski, Christopher Michael Grady, Edwin J. Graff III, David Martin Grafman, Gilbert Franco Granados, Lauren Catuzzi Grancolis and her unborn child, Elvira Granito, Winston Arthur Grant, Christopher S. Gray, Ian J. Gray, James Michael Gray, Tara McLeod Gray, John M. Gracioso, Timothy George Gracioso. I read today in memory and in honor of my brother, Ronald J. Rubin. You are always in my heart. I love you and miss you daily. Continue to watch over us. We miss you and love you. Thank you.
Derek Arthur Green, Wade B. Green, Wanda Green, Elaine Myra Greenberg, Donald Freeman Green, Gail R. Green, James Arthur Greenleaf Jr., Eileen Marcia Greenstein, Elizabeth Martin Gregg, Denise Marie Gregory, Donald H. Gregory, Florence Moran Gregory, Pedro Grayhan, John Michael Griffin, Tawana Sherry Griffin, Joan Donna Griffith, Warren Grifka, Ramon Bree Grivaljo, Joseph F. Grillo, David Joseph Grimmer, Francis Edward Grogan, Linda Gronlund, Kenneth George Grisales, Joseph Grislack, and my father, Battalion Chief Thomas Haskell, and my uncle, Firefighter Timothy Haskell. You may be gone from our sight, but never gone from our hearts. We love and miss you.
Matthew James Grzmalski, Robert Joseph Gashar, Liming Gu, Richard J. Guadagno, Firefighter Jose A. Guadalupe, Cindy Yan Zhu Guan, FDNY Lieutenant Jeffrey E. Guja, FDNY Lieutenant Joseph P. Gullickson, Babita Girjamati Guman, Douglas Brian Gurian, Janet Ruth Gustafson, Philip T. Guza, Barbara Gazzardo, Peter Mark Gulaveri, Gary Robert Haig, Andrea Lynn Haberman, Barbara Mary Habib, Philip Hansler, Nizam A. Hafiz, Karen Elizabeth Haggerty, Stephen Michael Haggis, Mary Lou Haig, Firefighter David Halderman, Miley Raquel Hale, and my uncle and guardian angel, Firefighter Joseph Patrick Henry, Ladder 21, who was recently joined in heaven by my grandpa and his dad, Battalion Chief Edward Henry. You are both our heroes. We love you, we miss you, and we promise that we will never forget.
Diane Hale McKenzie, Richard B. Hall, Stanley R. Hall, Boswell George Hall, Robert J. Halligan, Vincent Gerard Halloran, Carolyn B. Howman, James Douglas Halverson, Mohammed Salman Hamdani, Felicia Hamilton, Robert W. Hamilton, Carl Max Hammond Jr., Frederick K. Hahn, Christopher James Handley, Sean S. Handley, Valerie Joan Hanna, Thomas Paul Hannafin, Kevin James Hannaford Sr., Michael Lawrence Hannon, Dana Ray Hannon, Christine Lee Hansen, Peter Burton Hansen, Sue Kim Hansen, Vasilios G. Haramis, and my father, Norberto Hernandez. We love you and we miss you.
James A. Harron, Gerald Francis Hardacre, Jeffrey Pike Hardy, T. J. Hargrave, Daniel Edward Harlan, Francis Harrows, Harvey L. Harrell, Stephen G. Harrell, Melissa Harrington Hughes, Aisha Ann Harris, Stuart D. Harris, John Patrick Hart, Eric Hartono, John Clinton Hartz, Emerick Harvey, Peter Paul Hashem, Thomas Theodore Haskell, Jr., Timothy Sean Haskell, Joseph John Hanson III, Leonard W. Patton, Jr., Terrence S. Hatton, Michael Helmut Hogg, Timothy Aaron Haviland, Donald G. Havlish, Jr. I am a New York City police officer, and I joined this department for my dad, my aunt, my friend, and all of our loved ones that had passed away. I do this on their remembrance. I will never forget, and I know you will never forget. We can't forget to say ever. Today I read these names on behalf of all the children that have lost their parents and all the parents that have lost their children. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Anthony Maurice Hawkins, Nobuhiro Hayatsu, James Edward Hayden, Robert J. Hayes, Philip T. Hayes, retired, W. Ward Haynes, Scott Jordan Hazelcorn, Michael K. Healy, Roberta B. Heber, Charles Francis Xavier Heron, John F. Heffernan,
Michelle M. Heidenberger, Sheila M. S. Hine, H. Joseph Heller, Jr., Joanne L. Heltebridal, Ronald John Hemingway, Mark F. Hemschut, Ronnie L. Henderson, Brian Hennessy, Edward R. Hennessy, Jr., Michelle Marie Henrique, Joseph Patrick Henry, William L. Henry, Jr., Katharina Henry Robinson, and my big brother, firefighter Thomas Patrick Holohan, Engine 6. Your family and friends miss and love you every day, and we will never forget.
John Christopher Henwood, Robert Allen Hepburn, Mary Herencia, Lindsay C. Harkness III, Harvey Robert Hermer, Norberto Hernandez, Raul Hernandez, Gary Harold, Jeffrey Allen Hirsch, Thomas J. Hetzel, Leon Bernard Haywood, MC Sundance, Brian Christopher Hickey, and Amencio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno, Timothy Brian Higgins, Robert D. W. Higley II, Todd Russell Hill, Clara Victorine Hines, Neil O. Hines, Mark Hindi, Katsuki Harai, Heather Malia Ho, Tara Yvette Hobbs, Thomas Anderson Hobbs, James J. Hoban, beloved son, brother to three, cousin and friend, my nephew and godson, Kevin Nathaniel Colbert. Rest in peace, big guy. You'll never be forgotten, and America should never forget this. Thank you to the Tunnel Foundation for making today happen. God bless America.
Robert Wayne Hobson III, Dejuan Hodges, Ronald G. Horner, Patrick A. Hoey, John A. Hoffer, Marcia Hoffman, Stephen Gerard Hoffman, Frederick Joseph Hoffman, Michelle Hoffman, Judith Florence Hoffmiller, Wallace Cole Hogan, Jr., Thomas Warren Howeck, Jr., Jonathan R. Homan, Cora Hidalgo Holland, John Holland, Joseph Holland, Jimmy I. Holly, Elizabeth Holmes, firefighter Thomas P. Holohan, Herbert Wilson Homer, Leroy W. Homer, Jr., Bradley V. Horn, James P. Hopper, Montgomery McCullough Horde, and to my cousin Johnny Boyd DiGiovanni, victim of the '93 World Trade Center bombing. Sorry. We love you. We miss you. And to our other cousin, Kurt Wolfgruber, he was the chairman for the Voices of 9/11. You made my cousin Kim's life so much great for the last 19 years. I'm sorry you're not here. And I know you're up in heaven right now with John Connors, who you also lost in the 9/11. I'm sure you guys are playing golf, making bets on the Giants. I don't know how bets are going to look this year. But I just have to thank the Stephen Siller Foundation. It really proves that there are still good, common, decent people, but especially organizations that actually want to do good and be proactive. If there's anything that I could tell anyone out here, is to please be proactive. Because when you're reactive, it's too late. It's after it happened. And to our soldiers across the world who are being proactive, hunting,
Michael Joseph Horn, Matthew Douglas Horning, Robert L. Horahu, Jr., Michael Robert Horrocks, Aaron Horowitz, Charles J. Houston, Uhoro G. Houston, Angela M. Houts, George Gerard Howard, Brady K. Howell, Michael C. Howell, Stephen Leon Howell, Jennifer L. Howley and her unborn child, Milagros Hermata, Marion R. Rizak, Stephen Yuxko Jr., Chris Robert Hughes, Paul Rexford Hughes, Robert T. Hughes, Jr., Thomas F. Hughes, Jr., Timothy Robert Hughes, Susan Huey, Lamar Demetrius Hulsey, John Nicholas Humbar, Jr., and my brother and only sibling, Captain Frederick J. Ill, Jr. of the FDNY, Latitude in Manhattan. My brother served in the FDNY for 23 years. It was exciting to watch him rise up through the ranks to captain, to be part of his promotion ceremonies and medal day. In addition to the FDNY, my brother Freddie served our country in the United States Army Reserve as a staff sergeant, building bridges and schools in such places as Mexico and Panama. His was a life of service to his job, his country, his church, and most of all, his beautiful family. After 23 years, you begin to think that firefighters are invincible until the unimaginable happened. Today, I was honored to read my brother's name and the names of your loved ones. I want you to know that for the past 19 years, I have listened intently to each name. I could tell you my heart has sunk many times seeing your loved one's face. Many were so young, all so accomplished, so many dreams and promises ahead. I could tell you the statistics of that day that who we lost were mostly men, mostly young, very many were New Yorkers. But none of that matters, because what we lost that day was the best of the best. Regardless of where they came from or what position or rank they held in the World Trade Center, in the Pentagon, or in the FDNY, we lost the people who valued work, family, and the American dream. Remember that, like my brother, these wonderful people simply went to work that morning. The two memorial pools do not flow with water. They flow endlessly and forever without tears for our heroes. Please don't ever feel alone, for we share this grief together. We are the survivors who must carry on and make good use of the gift that we possess, the gift of years that our loved ones were denied. God bless you all, and God bless the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to ensuring this day happened. And God bless and heal America. Freddie, continue to watch over us. Thank you.
William Christopher Hunt, Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey, Joseph Gerard Hunt, Peggy M. Hurt, Robert R. Hussa, Stephen N. Highland, Jr., Robert J. Heimel, Thomas Edward Hines, Walter G. Hines, Joseph Anthony Ionelli, Zatu Ibis, Jonathan Lee Iapelli, Michael Patrick Eichen, Daniel Ilkaneyev, Frederick J. Ill, Jr., Abraham Nathaniel Illowitz, Anthony P. Infanti, Jr., Louis S. Inglaterra, Christopher Noble Ingracia, Paul Ionella, Stephanie Veronica Irby, Douglas Jason Ergang, Kristen Irvine Ryan, Todd Antoine Isaac, and my Uncle Donnie. Miss you every day. God bless America.
Eric Hans Isbranston, Taizo Ishikiwa, Walid Joseph Iskandar, Aram Iskandarian Jr., John F. Iskian, Kazushiji Ito, Alexander Valerovich Ivanstov, Lacey Bernard Ivory S., Virginia May Jablonski, Brian C. Jack, Brooke Alexandra Jackman, Aaron Jeremy Jacobs, Ariel Lewis Jacobs, Jason Kyle Jacobs, Michael G. Jacobs, Stephen A. Jacobson, Stephen D. Jacoby, Ricknoth Jaggernoth, Jake Dennis Jagoda, Yudvir S. Jane, Maria Jakubiak, Robert Adrian Jalbert, Ernest James, Griselda E. James, and my dad, Port Authority Police Officer Paul Jurgens. It's hard to believe all of life's milestones that you've missed out on, but we feel your presence every step of the way. We know that you live on through each of us and through your 4 beautiful grandchildren who you never had the chance to meet. We love you and we miss you.
Mark
Amy Nicole Jarrett, Mohamedou Jawara, Francois Jean Pierre, Maxime Jean Pierre, Paul Edward Jeffers, John Charles Jenkins, Joseph Jenkins Jr., Alan Keith Jensen, Preth Nath Jararath, Farah Judy, Hadidar Jiwan, Elzar Jamarnez Jr., Louis Jamarnez Jr., Charles Gregory John, Nicholas John, Dennis M. Johnson, Lashana Johnson, Scott Michael Johnson, William R. Johnson, Allison Horseman Jones, Arthur Jones Jr., Brian Leader Jones, Charles Edward Jones, and my brother, firefighter Paul Hanlon Keating. He lived in the building behind us. He was off duty, grabbed the fireman's gear and ran into the building. We found him 5 months later on March 7th with the revolving doors next to him. He was getting people out of the building and he waited too long. But that's what firefighters do. They're heroes. That's what the military do. They're heroes. So God bless America.
Christopher D. Jones, Donald T. Jones II, Donald W. Jones, Linda Jones, Andrew Mary S. Jones, Andrew Brian Jordan Sr., Robert Thomas Jordan, Albert Gunnis Joseph, Ingeborg Joseph, Carl Henry Joseph, Stephen Joseph, Jane Eileen Josiah, Anthony Jovic, Angel L. Warby Jr., Karen Sue Juday, Michael F. Judge, Paul William Jurgens, Shashi Karan Laxmikanta Kadaba, Gavkaroy Kamadanova, Sherry Candell, Howard Lee Kane, my sister Roseanne P. Lang, and my nephew Brendan M. Lang. Evil cheated them of life and all that was to be. But God now holds you in his hands for all eternity. And time is not a healer. It does not dull the pain. So we keep them in our hearts until we meet again. Rest in peace.
Jennifer Lynn Kane, Vincent D. Kane, June Ku Kang, Sheldon Robert Cantor, Deborah H. Kaplan, Robin Lynn Kaplan, Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr., Charles H. Korcheski, William A. Corns, Douglas Jean Karpiloff, Charles L. Casper, Andrew K. Cates, John A. Katz Amatis, Robert Michael Coffers, Don Jerome Kuth, Hidea Kawuchi, Edward T. Keene, Richard M. Keene, Lisa Yvonne Corney Griffin, Carol Ann Kiesler, Barbara A. Keating, Paul Hallon Keating, Leo Russell Keene III, Brenda Kiegler, and my brother, firefighter Michael L. Bocchino. My heart and prayers are with you, the family, all those who lost and continue to lose their lives due to the horrific events that occurred on 9/11, 2001. Mike, I love you, I miss you, and we will never, ever forget.
Good morning. Chandler Raymond Keller. Joseph John Keller. Peter R. Kellerman. Joseph P. Kellett. Frederick H. Kelly III. James Joseph Kelly. Joseph A. Kelly. Maurice P. Kelly. Richard John Kelly, Jr. Thomas Michael Kelly. Thomas Richard Kelly. Thomas W. Kelly. Timothy Colin Kelly. William Hill Kelly, Jr. Robert Clinton Kennedy. Thomas J. Kennedy. Yvonne E. Kennedy. John Richard Cohane. Ralph Francis Kershaw. Ronald T. Kerwin. Howard L. Kessenbaum. Douglas D. Ketchum. Ruth Ellen Kettler. Boris Kaloff. And Robert J. Caulfield. My good, you are truly missed. All the lives you touched with your spirit, kindness, and generosity. We love you always. We will never forget you. God bless New York. God bless this country. We must stand together. Thank you.
I read these names with the greatest honor and respect. Norma Cruz Khan, Sarah Khan, Taimur Faraz Khan, Rajesh Khandelwal, Saili Koo, Michael Vernon Kiefer, Satoshi Kikuchihara, Andrew Jae-hoon Kim, Lawrence Don Kim, Mary Jo Kimmelman, Heinrich Kimmig, Karen Ann Kincaid, Amy R. King, Andrew M. King, Lucille Teresa King, Robert King Jr., Lisa King Johnson, Brian K. Kinney, Takashi Kinoshita, Chris Michael Kirby, Robert Kirkpatrick, Howard Barry Kirschbaum, Glenn Davis Kerwin, Helen Crossan Kittle and her unborn child, and my nephew, Jason Kane. Jake, we will never forget you. You live on in the hearts of all who love you so much. We know you're looking down from heaven with such pride when you see how Gina has raised your 3 beautiful daughters. Your legacy of love lives on them. Strong, loving, kind, and compassionate young women. You raise the bar very high in what to look for in a husband, and your daughter Suzanne has found that in her husband Sam. You're missed and loved every day and will never be forgotten. You were taken from us way too soon, but it's not the days in your life, but the life in your days. And you lived every day to the fullest. We will always keep on loving you. May God bless all the families who lost a loved one on this fateful day 19 years ago. We will never forget the sacrifices of our firefighters, our police officers, our first responders, and our armed forces.
We pray for all those who worked tirelessly in the days and months after 9/11 in an effort to bring peace and closure to so many families, including my brother-in-law and nephew of NYPD. We've now lost so many of these brave men and women to the ravages of disease because of their efforts. May God heal all those still battling their illnesses, both physical and mental. We'd also like to thank the essential workers who have risked their own lives to bring this great city through the pandemic, especially our nurses and doctors. May God hold you all in the palm of his hand, and may the road rise to meet you. Until we meet again, thank you to the Tunnel and Towers Foundation for making sure that this day happened. God bless America.
Richard Joseph Clares. Peter Anton Klein. Alan David Kleinberg. Karen Joyce Klitzman. Ronald Philip Klepper. Evgeny Niazev. Andrew James Knox. Thomas Patrick Knox. Rebecca Lee Cobery. Deborah A. Kobus. Gary Edward Kokler. Frank J. Kostner. Ryan Kohart. Vanessa Lynn Prizbelow Kolpak. Irina Kolpakova. Suzanne Rose Kontratenko. Abdullah Kone. Bone Siku. Dorota Kopitsko. Scott Michael Koptyko. Bojan George Kostic. Danielle Kasulis. David P. Kovaklin. John J. Kren. And my uncle, firefighter Michael Boyle, who was recently joined by my grandpa, James Boyle, in heaven. We miss you and we love you both very much.
William Edward Krokowski. Ludmila Casido. Tushia Ku. Shakar Kumar. Kenneth Bruce Cumble. Frederick Quo Jr. Nuka Kushatani. Thomas Joseph Kuvakis. Victor Kwarki. Raymond Quay Phi Kwok. Angela Reed Kite. Andrew Lacourte. Carol Ann LaPlante. Jeffrey G. Latouche. Catherine L. Labaree. Armanuth Lachman. Ganesh K. Ladkat. James Patrick Ladley. Joseph A. LaFalce. Jeanette Louise LaFond Menachino. David James LaForge. Michael Patrick LaFort. Alan Charles LaFrance. I read today in remembrance of all the police officers that lost their lives on 9/11, especially those from the NYPD and Port Authority Police Departments. Thank you to the Tunnel of Towers for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak in front of you and read these names.
Juan Mendez La Fuente. Neil Quan Wei Lei. Vincent Anthony Latea. William David Lake. Franco Lalama. Chow Quan Lam. Michael Lamana. Stephen Lamantia. Amy Hope Lamonsoff. Robert T. Lane. Brendan Mark Lane. Roseanne P. Lang, Vanessa Lang Langer and her unborn child, Mary Lou Langley, Peter J. Langone, Thomas Michael Langone, Michelle Bernadette Lanza, Ruth Sheila Lappin, Ingeborg A. D. Larrabee, Robin Blair Larkey, Judith Camilla Lala, Christopher Randall Larrabee, Hamadou S. Larry, Scott Larson, and my beloved cousin, firefighter Louis Arena. Lou, even though it's been 19 years since we have seen you, we feel your presence in our lives each day. We cherish the memories we shared with you. You continue to be a source of courage and inspiration to all who knew you. We love and miss you dearly. We will never forget.
John Adam Larson, Natalie Janice Lasden, Gary Edward Lasco, Nicholas Craig Lassman, Paul Lazinski, Charles A. Lawrenson, Stephen James Lauria, Maria Lavache, Dennis Francis Lavelle, Janine Marie Laverde, Anna A. Laverty, Stephen Lawn, Robert A. Lawrence Jr., Nathaniel Lawson, David W. Lachak, Eugene Gabriel Lazar, James Patrick Leahy, Joseph Gerard Levy, Neil J. Levy, Robert G. LeBlanc, Leon Labor, Charles Layday, Alan J. F. and my husband, Terrence John Manning. Years. We will never forget, we will never forgive. America.
Alexis Leduc, Daniel John Lee, David S. Lee, Dong Chul Lee, Gary H. Lee, Ha Yun Jun Lee, Yanetta Lee, Catherine Blair Lee, Linda C. Lee, Lorraine Mary Green Lee, M. Yang Woo Lee, Richard Y. C. Lee, Stuart Sue Jin Lee, Yang Der Lee, Stephen Paul Lefkowitz, Adriana Legro, Edward Joseph Lehman, Eric Lehard, David R. Lesterman, David Prue Dencio Limay, Joseph Anthony Lenahan, John Joseph Lennon Jr., John Robinson Lenore, Jorge Luis Leon Sr.
Matthew G. Lennon. John Dennis Levi. Alicia Karen Levin. Neil David Levin. Robert Levine. Robert Michael Levine. Shai Levenhar. Daniel M. Lewin. Adam J. Lewis. Jennifer Lewis. Kenneth E. Lewis. Margaret Susan Lewis. Yiwei Liang. Arazri Lang Azran. Daniel F. Libretti. Ralph Michael Licardi. Edward Lickshine. Samantha L. Lightborn Allen. Stephen Barry Lilienthal. Carlos R. Lillo. Craig Damian Lalore. And my sister, Laura Marchese. Laura was 35 years old, and she worked in the North Tower on the 102nd floor for a marketing company. She was engaged to be married before the end of the year, and she had just bought a house and moved into it with her fiancé. When she died, it caused a hole in our hearts that still has not healed. I believe that she's with our family members that died before us. And I'd like to believe that when we die, we'll be with her. I'd like to thank the Tunnel to Towers organization for putting this together. And God bless America.
Arnold Arboleda Lim. Daria Lin. Wei Rong Lin. Nikki L. Lindo. Thomas V. Linehan Jr. Robert Thomas Linane. Alan Patrick Linton Jr. Diane Teresa Lipari. Kenneth P. Lira Aravello. Francisco Alberto Liriano. Lorraine Lisi. Paul Listen. Vincent M. Lido. Ming Hao Lu. Nancy Liz, Harold Liscano, Martin Lazul, George A. Yanis, Elizabeth C. Logler, Catherine Lisa LaJudici, J-Room Robert Lohez, Michael William Lomax, Stephen V. Long, Laura Maria Longing, and to my cousin and godfather, Port Authority Police Officer Stephen Hutchko, Jr. You inspired me as a child. You inspired me as a young adult. And from the moment we lost you, and because of your bravery, dedication to your family and community, I knew that the least that I could do was live a life to honor you. Every day I miss you and I love you. You truly are my hero. We will always say all of your names.
Salvatore P. Lopez, Daniel Lopez, George Lopez,
You're watching over me from up above. Fly me up to where you are beyond the distant star. I wish upon tonight to see you smile, if only for a while to know you're there. A breath away is not far to where you are. Are you gently sleeping here inside my dreams? And isn't faith believing? Oh, power can't be seen as my heart holds you just one beat away. I cherish all you gave me every day, 'cause you are my forever love, watching me from up above. And I believe that angels breathe, and a love that will go on and never leave. Fly me up to where you are beyond the distant star. I wish upon tonight to see you smile, if only for a while to know you're there. A breath away is not far to where you are. I know you're there. A breath away is not far to where you are. To where you are.
Joseph E. Maloney, Jean Edward Malloy, Christian H. Maltby, Francisco Miguel Mancini, Joseph Mangano, Sarah Elizabeth Manley, Deborah M. Mineta, Marion Victoria Manning, Terrence John Manning, James Maunis, Alfred Gillies Padre Joseph Marchand, FDNY Battalion Chief Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr., Laura A. Marchese, Hilda Marcin, Peter Edward Mardikian, Edward Joseph Martovich, FDNY Lieutenant Charles Joseph Margiata, Louis Neil Mariani, FDNY firefighter Kenneth Joseph Marino, Lester Marino, Vida Marino, Kevin D. Marlowe, Jose Juan Marrero, and my friend's uncle, Richard Samuel Gabriel. She asked me to read the following. Uncle Richie, it's been 19 years of missing your presence, but you will always be an important part of our family, as your wonderful personality and sense of humor stay with us. Every year, I thank first responders, Fire Marshal Ronald Booker, and Battalion Chief Oriel Palmer for trying to save your life and so many others. And today, Orville's sister Aggie is reading this. I truly believe that you and Orville orchestrated Aggie and I meeting, and I am so grateful that since I cannot be there in person, she is there with the honor of reading your name. May we never, ever forget the thousands of innocent lives lost on September 11 and the countless responders exposed to toxins who are sick and who have died since then. You are always in our hearts. Love, Gabrielle.
John Daniel Marshall, Shelley A. Marshall, James Martello, Michael A. Marti, Karen Ann Martin, Peter C. Martin, Teresa M. Martin, William J. Martin, Jr., Brian E. Martineau, Betsy Martinez, Edward J. Martinez, Jose Angel Martinez, Jr., Robert Gabriel Martinez, Waleska Martinez, Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon, Paul Richard Martini, Anne-Marie Martino Kramer, Joseph A. Mascali, Bernard Mascarenas, Stephen Frank Massey, Ada L. Mason Acker, Nicholas George Massa, Michael Massaroli, Philip William Mastrandrea, and my cousin, Richard J. Stadelberger, son, husband, father, cousin, Little League coach, friend to all, Vietnam veteran, and real-life Atticus Finch. Not a day goes by that our hearts don't hurt. Please continue to watch over all of us, and thank you to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation for stepping in and stepping up when others chose not to. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Rudy Mastro Sink, Joseph Matai, Charles William Mathers, William A. Matheson, Marcello Matrick Chano, Margaret Elaine Maddock, Dean E. Matson, Robert D. Matson, Walter A. Matus, Jr., Timothy J. Maud, Jill Mauer Campbell, Charles A. Morrow, Jr., Charles J. Morrow, Dorothy Morrow, Nancy T. Morrow, Robert J. Maxwell, Renee A. May and her unborn child, Tyrone May, Keith Roy Marcellus Maynard, Robert Mayo, Kathy N. Mazza, Edward Mazzella Jr., Jennifer Lynn Mazzata, Kuria Mbeya. Never forget.
James Joseph McAllery Jr., Brian Gerard Mercleese, Patricia Ann McEnany, Colin R. MacArthur, John Kevin McAvoy, Kenneth M. McBrayer, Brendan F. McCabe, Michael McCabe, Thomas Joseph McCann, Justin McCarthy, Kevin M. McCarthy, Michael Desmond McCarthy, Robert G. McCarthy, Stanley McCaskill, Katie Marie McCloskey, Juliana Valentine McCourt, Ruth Magdalene McCourt, Charles Austin McCran, Tonielle F. McDay, Matthew T. McDermott, Joseph P. McDonald, Brian Grady McDonald, Michael P. McDonald, John F. McDowell, Jr., and my brother, Senior Court Officer Mitchell Scott Wallace. Mom, Brian, the kids, and our whole family miss and love you. Although you never had children, we feel you every day as your wicked sense of humor and amazing smile is seen in your niece and nephew. Thank you to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation for making this happen. Till we see you again.
Eamon J. McEnany, John Thomas McGarland, Jr., Daniel Francis McGinley, Mark Ryan McGinley, William E. McGinn, Thomas Henry McGinnis, Michael Gregory McGinty, Ann Walsh McGovern, Scott Martin McGovern, William J. McGovern, Stacy Cianis McGowan, Francis Noel McGinn, Thomas F. McGinnis, Jr., Patrick J. McGuire, Thomas M. McHale, Keith David McKeffey, Ann M. McHugh, Dennis J. McHugh III, Dennis P. McHugh, Michael Edward McHugh, Jr., Robert G. McElveen, Donald James McIntyre, Stephanie Marie McKenna, Molly L. McKenzie. Today I am reading for my uncle, firefighter John J. Tipping. Although I never got the chance to meet him, I could tell you that his act of bravery was truly something of a hero through my eyes. We love and miss you, Uncle John. Thank you.
Barry J. McKeon, Evelyn C. McKinney, Darrell LaRon McKinney, George Patrick McLaughlin, Jr., Robert C. Christine Sheila McNulty, Sean Peter McNulty, Robert William McPadden, Terrence A. McShane, Timothy Patrick McSweeney, Martin E. McWilliams, Rocco A. Medaglia, Abigail Medina, Anna Iris Medina, Damian Meehan, William J. Meehan, Jr., Alok Kumar Mehta, Meisenheimer, Manuel Emilio Mejia, and my friend Captain Fisher. Your grandfather now, John.
Escadar Malacu, Antonio Melendez, Mary P. Melendez, Christopher D. Mello, Yelena Melenchenko, Stuart Todd Meltzer, D'Aurelia Giovanna Mina, Dora Marie Menchaca, Firefighter Charles R. Mendez, Lizette Mendoza, Siobhan Alicia Mentis, Wolfgang Peter Menzel, Firefighter Stephen John Mercado, Wesley Mercer, Ralph Joseph Mercurio, Alan Harvey Merdinger, George L. Marino, Yamel Josephina Marino, George Mercuris, Deborah Merrick, Raymond Joseph Metz III, Jill Ann Metzler, David Robert Maya, Nurul H. Maya, and my brother-in-law, Lieutenant Kenneth Phelan, Engine 217. Kenneth, not a day goes by in the last 19 years that you have not been remembered in our thought and prayers. Kenny, in the last couple of years, you have a new son-in-law, daughter-in-law, and a beautiful 6-month-old granddaughter named Kendall. Kenny, you will always be remembered for years to come, and you will never be forgotten. God bless all.
William Edward Michiuli, Martin Paul Mickelstein, Patricia E. Mickley, Ronald D. Malam, Peter Teague Milano, Gregory Milanowitz, Lucas Tomas Maluski, Sharon Christina Milan, Corey Peter Miller, Craig J. Miller, Douglas C. Miller, Henry Alfred Miller Jr., Joel Miller, Michael Matthew Miller, Nicole Carol Miller, Philip D. Miller, Robert Allen Miller, Robert Cromwell Miller Jr., Benny Malam, Charles M. Mills Jr., Ronald Keith Milstein, Robert J. Minara, William George Minardi, Lucif Joseph Minervino, and my uncle, Senior Court Officer Mitchell Scott Wallace. We love and miss you every day.
Thomas Minjone, Wilbert Murray, Dominic N. Mirkovich, Rajesh Arjun Mirpuri, Joseph D. Mistruli, Susan J. Miskowicz, Paul Thomas Mitchell, Richard P. Muccio, Jeffrey Peter Maladnik, Frank V. Machia Sr., Louis Joseph Modaferri, Boyi Muhammad, Dennis Moica, Manuel D. Moica Jr., Kleber Rolando Molina, Manuel de Jesus Molina, Carl Molinaro, Justin John Molisani Jr., Brian Patrick Monaghan, Franklin Monahan, John Gerard Monahan, Kristen Leigh Montanaro, Craig Montano, and Michael G. Montesi.
Carlos Alberto Montoya, Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez, Cheryl Ann Monyak, Thomas Carlo Moody, Sharon Moore, Krishna V. Morthy, Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito, Abner Morales, Carlos Manuel Morales, Paula E. Morales, Sonia Mercedes Morales Puapolo, Gerard P. Moran, Jr., John Christopher Moran, John Michael Moran, Kathleen Moran, Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse, George William Morell, Stephen P. Morello, Vincent S. Morello, Yvette Nicole Moreno, Dorothy Morgan, Richard J. Morgan, Nancy Morgenstern, and Sanae Maury. And may God bless America.
Blanca Robertina Maracho Maracho, Leonel Geronimo Maracho Maracho, Dennis Gerard Maroney, Lynn Irene Morris, Odessa V. Morris, Seth Allen Morris, Steve Morris, Christopher Martell Morrison, Ferdinand V. Marone, William David Moscow, Brian A. Moss, Marco Matroni, Cynthia Modis Wilson, Yori A. Muchinsky, Jude Joseph Musa, Peter Mutos, Damian O'Neill Mowat, Teddington H. Moy, Christopher Michael Mazzillo, Stephen Vincent Muldery, Richard T. Muldowney Jr., Michael D. Mullen, Dennis Michael Mulligan, Peter James Mulligan, and my uncle, Court Officer Mitchell Scott Wallace. We miss you and love you every day. Thank you for being my hero.
Michael Joseph Mullen, James Donald Munhall, Nancy Muniz, Francisco Hilario Munoz, Carlos Mario Munoz, Teresa Munson, Robert Michael Murak, Cesar Augusto Murillo, Mark A. Murolo, Brian Joseph Murphy, Charles Anthony Murphy, Christopher W. Murphy, Edward Charles Murphy, James F. Murphy IV, James Thomas Murphy, Kevin James Murphy, Patrick Jude Murphy, Lieutenant Raymond E. Murphy, New York City Fire Department, Ladder 16. Patrick Sean Murphy, Kevin James Murphy, Robert Eddie Murphy Jr., John Joseph Murphy, John Joseph Murphy, Susan D. Murray, and my brother, Lieutenant Philip Scott Petty of the New York City Fire Department, Ladder 12. When you were taken 19 years ago, we were all overwhelmed with a sadness and emptiness that will never go away. But the stories and memories of you that we will always share keeps you alive in our hearts. They are constant reminders of your leadership and selfless sacrifice for others. We think of you and pray for you every day. We love you and are honored to have had you in our lives. And I'd like to thank Frank Silla, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, and all of their incredible volunteers for allowing us to honor all our loved ones with a live reading of the names.
Valerie Victoria Murray. Richard Todd Meyer. Louis J. Nackey II. Robert B. Nagel. Mildred Rose Naiman. Takua Nakamura. Alexander John Robert Napier. Frank Joseph Naples III. John Philip Napolitano. Catherine Ann Nardella. Mario Nardone Jr. Manika K. Narula. Sean M. Nassani. Narendra Nath. Karen Susan Navarro. Joseph M. Navas. Francis Joseph Nazario. Glenroy I. Neblett. Raymond Marcus Neblett. Jerome O. Need. Lawrence F. Nadell. Luke G. Nee. Pete Negron. Laura Ann Nera. And my husband, Bernard Petronico. We miss you every day. Time does not heal all the wounds. It still hurts. Thank you to the Tunnels and Towers for not letting them forget.
I'm very honored to read the following names: Ann N. Nelson, David William Nelson, Ginger Risco Nelson, James A. Nelson, Michelle Ann Nelson, Peter Allen Nelson, Oscar Francis Nesbitt, Gerard Terrence Nevins, Renee Tetrault Newell, Christopher C. Newton, Christopher Newton Carter, Nancy Yuen No, Kang Nokan Gayan, Jody Tepedino Nicolo, Kathleen Ann Nicosia, Martin Stewart Niederer, Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer, Frank John Niestad Jr., Gloria Nieves, Juan Nieves Jr., Troy Edward Nilsson, Paul Nimbley, John Ballantyne Niven, Catherine McGarry Nowak. And for my then fiance, paramedic and firefighter Jimmy Papa George, who perished with his brothers from Engine 23 in Midtown. Forever in my heart, there are some who bring a light so great to the world that even after they have gone, that light remains. With all who love you, it shines in your Justin, now an adult, as well as my Liam and my Stephen, who brought me new light while you're in the light of loved ones in heaven, like our unborn baby who went to keep you company a month after 9/11. I thank the Tunnel to Towers Foundation for keeping this going from the bottom of our hearts, and for those we lost and those who are still suffering from related illnesses. Never forget, and God bless.
Curtis Terrence Noel, Michael A. North, Daniel R. Nolan, Robert Walter Noonan, Jacqueline June Norton, Robert Grant Norton, Daniela Rosalia Nataro, Brian Christopher Novotny, Sayuchi Numata, Brian Nunez, Jose Nunez, Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum, James A. Oakley, Dennis Patrick Oberg, James P. O'Brien Jr., Michael P. O'Brien, Scott J. O'Brien, Timothy Michael O'Brien, Daniel O'Callahan, Dennis James O'Connor Jr., Diana J. O'Connor, Keith Kevin O'Connor, Richard J. O'Connor, and Amy O'Doherty. And with great honor and pride, my uncle Richie A. Prunty, Battalion 2 Chief of the FDNY. And thank you very much to the Tunnels to Towers for never forgetting.
It is my privilege to honor the souls of Marty Pont O'Doherty, Douglas E. Oschlager, Takashi Agawa, Albert Ogletree, Philip Paul Agnabeni, John A. Aganoski, James Andrew O'Grady, Joseph J. Ogren, Thomas G. O'Hagan, Samuel Otis, Patrick J. O'Keefe, William O'Keefe, Gerald Michael Alcott, Gerald Thomas O'Leary, Christine Ann Olander, Linda Mary Oliva, Edward K. Oliver, Leah Elizabeth Oliver, Eric Taub Olson, Jeffrey James Olson, Barbara K. Olson, Maureen Lyons Olson, Stephen John Olson, Matthew Timothy O'Mahony. I'd also like to honor my brother, firefighter Michael F. Lynch, ladder 4. It's still a shock to the system to not have you here. I also want to honor one of our own soldiers, Gary Hawkins, who paid the ultimate price in this fight against terror. Thank you, Tunnels to Tower.
Toshihiro Honda, Seamus L. O'Neill, John P. O'Neill, Peter J. O'Neill, Jr., Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill, Betty Ann Ong, Michael C. Opperman, Christopher T. Orgiliewicz, Margaret Quinn Orlowski, Virginia Ann Ormiston, Ruben S. Ornato, Kevin M. O'Rourke, Ronald Orsini, Peter Keith Ortale, Juan Ortega Campos, Jane Marie Orth, Alexander Ortiz, David Ortiz, Emilio Pete Ortiz, Pablo Ortiz, Paul Ortiz, Jr., Sonia Ortiz, Masaru Ose, Patrick J. O'Shea, and my father, Edward Frank Polis. I miss you and love you. And I just want to thank Tunnel to Towers for stepping up to the plate and doing this. God bless America.
Robert William O'Shea, Elsie Carolina Osario Olivia,
James R. Otrowski, Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan, Jason Douglas Oswald, Michael John Oden, Isadro Otenwalder, Michael Chung U, Todd Joseph Oida, Jesus Ovales, Peter Owens Jr., Adonis Oyola, Angel M. Pabon Jr., Israel Pabon Jr., Roland Pacheco, Michael Benjamin Packer, Diane B. Padro, Deepa Pakala, Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo, Thomas Palazzo, Richard A. Palazzolo, Oreo Joseph Palmer, Frank Anthony Palumbo, Anthony N. Palumbo, and my husband, Edward Frank Pullis. I shouldn't be standing here. I shouldn't be reading these names. This isn't fair. This could have been prevented. He left behind 3 children, 17 months and 7-year-old twin boys. My son was just up here reading. We miss you, we love you, and we wish you were here. I want to thank my son, Eddie, who's now serving in the military. He's in the Navy, and he's on deployment and going into very dangerous territory, but he's doing it in memory of his father. Thank you.
Christopher Matthew Panettiere, Dominique Lisa Pandolfo, Jonas Martin Panic, Paul J. Pansini, John M. Paulillo, Edward Joseph Papa, Salvatore T. Papasso, James Nicholas Papa George, Marie Papalardo, Vinod Kumar Parakat, Vijaya Shankar Paramsathi, Nateen Ramesh Parankar, Hardai, James Wendell Parham, Deborah Marie Paris, George Paris, Ji Young Park, Philip Lacey Parker, Michael Elaine Parks, Robert E. Parks, Jr., Hashmukh C. Parmar, Robert Parrow, Diane Marie Parson, Varda I thank you for instilling life values that no act of terrorism could ever wipe away. You are forever my inspiration. I love you. I miss you always. Thank you.
Michael J. Pascuma, Jr., Gerald Hughes Paskins, Horace Robert Pasananti, Susan H. Passaro, Avnish Ramaan Bahai Patel, Dipti Patel, Manish Patel, Stephen Bennett Patterson, James Matthew Patrick, Manuel D. Petrosino, Bernard E. Patterson, Clifford L. Patterson, Jr., Siri Marie Hattie, Robert E. Pattison, James Robert Hall, Patrice Paz, Victor Hugo Paz, Stacy Lynn Peak, Richard Allen Perlman, Darrell V. Purcell, Jr., Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli, Thomas Pedicini, Todd Douglas Polino, Mike Adrian Pelletier, and my cousin
Salvatore F. Pepe, Carl Allen B. Peralta, Robert David Peraza, John A. Perconti, Jr., Alejo Perez, Angel Perez, Jr., Angela Susan Perez, Anthony Perez, Ivan Antonio Perez, Nancy E. Perez, Barry Berenson Perkins, Joseph John Perencino, Edward J. Parada, Imelda H. Perry, Glenn C. Perry, Sr.,
Donald Arthur Peterson, Jean Holdley Peterson, William Russell Peterson, Mark James Lee, Philip Scott Petit, Glenn Karen Pettit,
Vincent A. Princiata, Kevin M. Pryor, Everett Martin Proctor III, Carrie Beth Progen, David Lee Pruitt, Chief Richard A. Prunty, John Foster Puckett, Robert David Puglisi, Edward F. Pullis, Patricia Ann Puma, Jack D. Punches, Herman K. Putor, Joseph J. Fesor Jr., Edward R. Pycon, Christopher Quackenbush, Lars Peter Qualbin, Lincoln Quape, Beth Ann Quigley, Patrick J. Quigley IV, Michael T. Quilty, James Francis Quinn, Ricardo J. Quinn, Carol Millicent Rabelais, Christopher Peter Anthony Raccanello, and my cousin, firefighter Joseph R. Ravelli, Ladder Company 25, Fire Department, City of New York, and the 14 members of the New York City Police Department Emergency Service Unit. Never forget. Thank you, Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Brigaglia, Eugene J. Raggio, Laura Marie Raganese Snick, Michael Paul Ragusa, Peter Frank Raimondi, Harry A. Rains, Lisa J. Rains, Eth E. Sham Raja, Valsa Raju, Edward J. Rawl, Lucas Rambusek, Maria Ramirez, Harry Ramos, Vishnu Ramsarup, Deborah A. Ramsor, Lorenzo E. Ramsey, Alfred Todd Rank, Adam David Rand, Jonathan C. Randall, Shreyas S. Ranganath, Ann T. Ransom, Faina Rappaport, Rhonda Sue Rasmussen, Robert A. Rasmussen, and my father, William Vincent Steckman. Dad, we miss you every day and love you very much, and we hold on to the good memories, the love, and the wisdom that you shared with us, and your quirky sense of humor. We'll miss you forever and love you so much.
Armenia Rasul, R. Mark Rasweiler, Marcia D. Ratchford, David Allen James Rathke, William Ralph Robb, Gerard F. Rousey, Alexei Razuviev, Gregory Retta, Sarah Ann Redheffer, Michelle Marie Reed, Judith Ann Reese, Donald J. Regan, Robert M. Regan, Thomas Michael Regan, Christian Michael Otto Regenhard, Howard Reich, Greg Reedy, James Brian Riley, Kevin O. Riley, Timothy E. Riley, Joseph Reyna Jr., Thomas Barnes Reinig, Frank Bennett Reisman, Joshua Scott Reese, and my brother, Captain John R. Fisher, FDNY, Ladder 20. Forever remembered, forever brave, forever admired, for all you gave, forever here, forever there, forever a hero everywhere.
Karen Renda, John Armand Rio, Richard Cyril Rescorla, John Thomas Resta, Sylvia Sanpio Resta and her unborn child, Martha M. Rezke, David E. Reddick, Todd H. Rubin, Luis Clodoaldo Revilla Mir, Edovigus Reyes Jr., Bruce Albert Reynolds, John Frederick Rhodes, Francis Savaro Ricciardo, Rudolph N. Riccio, Anne Marie Ricobono, David Harlow Rice, Kenneth Frederick Rice III, Elaine Mary Rice, Cecilia E. Richard, Vernon Allen Richard, Claude Daniel Richards, Gregory David Richards, Michael Richards, Venetia Ornata Richards, and my father, Walter A. Matuza Jr. We love you, we miss you. Throughout this tough year, your smile would have been a great help, but knowing how strong you are really carried us throughout the way, and our strength is really through you. Thank you.
Jimmy Riches, Alan J. Richmond, John M. Rigo, Frederick Charles Ramelli III, Rosemary Riso, Moises N. Rivas, Joseph R. Ravelli Jr., Carmen Alicia Rivera, Isaias Rivera, Juan William Rivera, Linda Evelise Rivera, David E. Rivers, Joseph R. Reverso, Paul M. Rizza, John Frank Rizzo, Stephen Louis Roach, Joseph Roberto, Leo Arthur Roberts, Michael E. Roberts, Michael Edward Roberts, Donald Walter Robinson Jr., Jeffrey Robinson, Michelle Lee Jean Robotham, Donald Arthur Robson, my cousin, Joseph Romagnolo. Your parents, your wife, your siblings, and children miss and love you. You are now a grandfather of 3 and soon to be 4. You would be proud of your family. I love you. To my brother-in-law, Paul Matthew Fiore, we miss you and love you every day. Please continue to watch over Linda and the girls. Debbie is now 21 and is the spitting image of you. Adriana is 19 and has your wit. You live on through them. Your infectious laugh and never-ending smile are forever etched in our memories. You will never be forgotten. We love you.
Antonio A. Roca, Raymond James Roca, Laura Rockefeller, John Michael Rodak, Antonio Jose Rodriguez, Anthony Rodriguez, Carmen Milagros Rodriguez, Gregory E. Rodriguez, Marcia A. Rodriguez, Myra Valdez Rodriguez, Richard Rodriguez, David Bart. Strahan Rohair, Carly Rogers, Scott William Roner, Keith Michael Roma, Joseph M. Ramagnolo, Efren Romero Sr., Elvin Romero, James A. Romito, Sean Paul Rooney, Eric Thomas Ropato, Aida Rosario, and my beautiful sister, Mary Yolanda Dowling. Yolanda, when you were alive, you sang with the voice of an angel, and on 9
honor to read the following names: Angela Rosario, Brooke David Rosenbaum, Linda Rosenbaum, Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum, Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg, Mark Lewis Rosenberg, Andrew Ira Rosenblum, Joshua M. Rosenblum, Joshua Allen Rosenthal, Richard David Rosenthal, Philip Martin Rosenzweig, Daniel Rossetti, Richard Barry Ross, Norman S. Rosenow, Nicholas P. Rosamondo, Michael Craig Rothberg, Donna Marie Rothenberg, Mark David Rothenberg, James Michael Rowe, Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe, Edward V. Rowenhorst, Judy Rowlett, Timothy Allen Roy Sr., husband, father, son, uncle, and my brother, Bruce Edward Simmons, who we all love and miss so much. May you rest in peace until we all meet again. Thank you to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation from the bottom of our hearts for today and for all you do. You all are extraordinary. We will never forget. God bless us all.
Paul G. Ruback, Ronald J. Rubin, Joanne Rubino, David M. Ruddle, Bart Joseph Rougier, Susan A. Ruggiero, Adam Keith Ruhalter, Gilbert Ruiz, Robert E. Russell, Stephen P. Russell, Stephen Harris Rusin, Michael Thomas Russo Sr., Wayne Allen Russo, William R. Ruth, Edward Ryan, John Joseph Ryan, Jonathan Stephen Ryan, Matthew L. Ryan, Tatiana Rajova, Christina Sunga Ryuk, Thierry Sada, Jason Elazar Sabag, Thomas E. Sabella, Scott H. Saber, and my cousins, John Vigiano and Joseph Vigiano. We love you so much. We miss you every day, and we will continue to do good in your honor. Thank you.
Charles E. Sabin, Sr., Joseph Francis Sacerdote, Jessica Lee Sachs, Francis John Sedocha, Jude Elias Safi, Brock Joel Safranoff, Edward Saya, John Patrick Salamone, Marjorie C. Salamone, Hernando Rafael Salas, Juan G. Salas, Esmerlin Antonio Salcida, John Pepe Salerno, Rama Sali and her unborn child, Richard L. Salinardi Jr., Wayne John Salaman, Norbert Solomon, Catherine Patricia Salter, Frank G. Salvatierra, Paul Richard Salvio, Samuel Robert Salvo Jr., Carlos Alberto Samaniego, John P. Sammartino, James Kenneth Samuel Jr., and also for my dear sweet friend Joyce Ann Carpenetto, who worked on the 83rd floor of the North Tower at General Telecom. She's loved by everyone who ever knew her, and especially by me. I'll never hear another Ramones song and not think of you, Joyce. Thank you for all you have ever done for me. And I just want to say that I would love to have another life with you as well. I'd be so honored. Thank you so much, and thank you very much to the Tunnel to Towers and to the Frank and to the Siller family. Thank you very much.
Michael San Philip, Hugo M. Sine, Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez, Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez, Jesus Sanchez, Raymond Sanchez, Eric M. Sand, Stacy Lee Sanders, Herman S. Sandler, Jim Sands Jr., Aileen J. Santiago, Kirsten Reese Santiago, Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan, Susan Gale Santo, Christopher A. Santora, John August Santori, Mario L. Santoro, Rafael Humberto Santos, Rufino C.F. Santos III, Victor J. Saraceno, Kayan K. Sarkar, Chappelle Renee Stewart Sarkar, Paul F. Sarli, Deepika Kuma Satalori, and my sister, Laura Marie Raganisi Snick. Laura was all that is good, that is kind, and that is loving in this world. She loved everyone she met. She loved her son James unconditionally and her husband John tremendously. sadly, we lost John 2 years after Laura died of a broken heart. She loved and cherished her family tremendously, and she loved this city, especially her Yankees and her Rangers. She loved this country, and she was a true patriot. She loved Jesus, and I'm sure that's where she is right now in heaven with him. Finally, Laura was 11 months younger than I, and we should be growing old together right now. Never, ever forget.
Gregory Thomas Saucedo, Susan M. Sauer, Anthony Savas, Vladimir Savinkin, John Michael Sabarbaro, Samuel M. Sala, David M. Scales, Robert Louis Scindoli, Michelle Scarpita, Dennis Scalso, John Albert Shart, John G. Scharf, Fred C. Sheffield, Jr., Angela Susan Scheinberg, Scott Mitchell Schertzer, Sean Schelke, Stephen Francis Schlag, Robert A. Schlegel, John Schlissel, Karen Helen Schmidt, Ian Schneider, Thomas G. Scholes, Marissa DiNardo Scorp, Frank G. Scott, and my husband, Tom Strada. You are the love of my life. You are deeply missed each and every day by your 3 beautiful children and everyone that knew and loved you. I will never forget our last few moments together when you walked into the nursery to kiss your 4-day-old child goodbye. You leaned down, you kissed him on his tiny little toes and said, "I will see you later, baby." Winked at me and said, "I'll be home early." For over the last 2 decades, we have been now fighting for the truth to what happened to all of our loved ones. And while we stand here united today, remembering our loved ones, let's continue to honor their lives by standing united against all of the injustices we, the 9/11 community, are facing, and remember who is responsible for our pain and suffering, the hollow in our hearts, the empty spaces at our tables, and throughout our lives. That responsibility lies with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we all deserve to know the truth. Because of evidence from a long secret FBI investigation, we now know there is a direct tie between the kingdom and the horrific terrorist attack on our nation that goes far beyond the fact that Osama bin Laden and 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi. This evidence confirms that kingdom agents directly aided the 9/11 attacks themselves by providing a critical support network for the first arriving hijackers. Instead of the kingdom taking responsibility for their agents' direct role in supporting the terrorists, the Saudis have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to hide evidence that will further confirm their involvement in the murder of our loved ones, all in an effort to evade responsibility for the malicious acts of their own agents whom they sent to the United States. The Department of Justice needs to stop cowering to the Saudis and providing them a cloak of secrecy. This is wrong. This is cruel, and this needs to end. America's allies do not dodge accountability and hide evidence about their government agents' efforts to help the hijackers brutally murder Americans on American soil. Justice and accountability, 2 things we all deserve, necessitate that all of the facts need to be laid to bear. Anything less is unjust and un-American. May all of those killed on 9/11 rest in peace, and all of us left behind find some kind of peace here on earth. Thank you.
Gerard Patrick Schrang, Jeffrey H. Schreier, John T. Schroeder, Susan Lee Schuller, Edward W. Shunk, Mark Evan Schermeyer, John Burkhart Schwartz, Mark Schwartz, Adrian Victoria Shabetta, Raphael Scorsha, Janice M. Scott, Randolph Scott, Christopher J. Scudder, Arthur Warren Scullin, Michael H. Seaman, Margaret M. Seeliger, Anthony Segarra, Carlos Segarra, Jason M. Sexer, Matthew Carmen Solito, Michael L. Salvez, Howard Selwyn, Larry John Sanko, Arturo Angelo Sereno, and my father, Police Officer Ramon Suarez. Dad, words can't describe how much we miss you and we love you. There is never a day that you aren't brought up in conversation. 19 years and it doesn't seem real. The family loves you. We all miss you tremendously. I will continue to wear your badge with pride and honor. Your legacy will forever go on. We love you.
It is my honor to read the following names: Frankie Serrano, Marion H. Serva, Alina Sesanova, Adele Christine Sessa, Sita Normalia Sunareen, Karen Lynn Seymour, Davis Greer Cessna Jr., Thomas Joseph Earl Richard Shanahan, Dan F. G. Astri, Karen Ann Shatzoff, Barbara A. Shaw, Jeffrey James Shaw, you were my hero from the day you walked into my life. Your sister Jay is married. Your niece Nicole is getting married. You're a grandfather now. There's many that love and miss you every day. Ride free with the angels. Love you. And thank you to the Stephen Stiller Tunnel to Towers Foundation for stepping up. And God bless America.
Hagay Sheffy, Antoinette M. Sherman, John Anthony Sherry, Atusashi Siratori, Thomas Joseph Schubert, Mark Schulman, C. Wong Shum, Alan Abraham Schwartzstein, Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz, Joanna Siegman, Diane T. Signer and her unborn child, Gregory Skokorski, Stephen Gerard Siller, David Silver, Craig A. Silverstein, Nasima H. Simji, Bruce Edward Simmons, Diane M. Simmons, Donald D. Simmons, George W. Simmons, Arthur Simon, Kenneth Allen Simon, Michael J. Simon, Paul Joseph Simon, and my father, Police Officer Paul Talty, Dad, words cannot describe how much we love and miss you all. Not a day goes by that we do not think about you.
Marianne LaCory Simone, Barry Simowitz, Jane Louise Simpkin, Jeff Lyle Simpson, Cheryl D. Sincock, Kamlade Kami Singh, Roshana Ramesh Singh, Thomas E. Sinton III, Peter A. Syracuse, Muriel F. Siskopoulos, Joseph Michael Sisolak, John P. Scala, Francis Joseph Skidmore, Jr., Toyana Corliss Skinner, Paul Albert Skrizpek, Christopher Paul Slattery, Vincent Robert Slavin, Robert F. Sliwak, Paul Kenneth Sloan, Stanley S. Smagala, Jr., Wendy L. Small, Greg H. Smallwood, Catherine T. Smith, Daniel Lawrence Smith. Thank you to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation for giving me the opportunity to read today in memory of my father, Battalion Chief Joseph Grislak. 19 years is a long time, yet still feels like yesterday. At 52, you had so much more life to live. You'd love being with your Twinkie grandkids and talking sports with Joe and Neil. I'm sure they'd love a helping hand with projects too. I try to ensure your memory lives on in your grandsons, Joseph and Ryan. Joseph is a mini Joe Knows, full of trivial facts, and everyone tells me Ryan's personality and mannerisms remind them of you when you were 7 years old. You've been their guardian angel since their NICU days, giving Ryan that divine intervention he needed to fight through his challenges and come home to us. All 4 kids have learned to love America as much as you. As Ryan said, today is a big, big, big day because we celebrate Poppy Joe. And that's just what we will do because that's what you would want us to do. We will celebrate you and all those who died and continue to be taken from us. I hope you're dancing and drinking your Coors Light. I miss you. I love you. God bless the FDNY. God bless the USA. Cheers.
Thank you, Tunnels to Towers, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the behalf of the following names: Gary F. Smith, George Eric Smith, Heather Lee Smith, James Gregory Smith, Jeffrey R. Smith, Joyce Patricia Smith, Carl T. Smith Sr., Kevin Joseph Smith, Leon Smith Jr., Mariah Ann Smith, Rosemary A. Smith, Bonnie Shiaday Smithwick, Rochelle Monique Snell, Christine Ann Snyder, Diane Bullis Snyder, Leonard J. Snyder, Jr., Astrid Elizabeth Sohan, Sushil S. Solanki, Ruben Solares, Naomi Lee Solomon, Daniel W. Song, Mari Ray Sopper, Michael Charles Soresi, Fabian Soto, and my grandfather, Deputy Chief Ray Downey. He was a father, a husband, a brother, and a friend. He was also a leader, and 19 years ago, he led his men and women to save as many lives as they could that day. It was just another day at work doing what he loved. Nanny talks about you every day. You are forever missed and loved. We know you are watching over all of your kids and your 16 grandkids. We love you, Poppy, and we will never forget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Timothy Patrick Solis. Gregory Thomas Spagnolete. Donald F. Sampanato, Jr. Sparaccio. John Anthony Spattatoro. Robert W. Spear, Jr. Robert Speisman. Maynard S. Spence, Jr. George Edward Spencer III. Robert Andrew Spencer. Mary Rubina Sparando. Frank Spinelli. William E. Spitz. Joseph Patrick Spohr, Jr. Klaus Johannes Spackheim. Saranina Siri Noon. Fitzroy St. Rose. Michael F. Stabile. Lawrence T. Stack. FDNY Captain Timothy M. Stackpole. Love you. Richard James Stadelberger. Eric Adam Stallman. Gregory Stack. Alexandru Liviu Stan. I would like to thank the Stephen Siller Tunnel to Towers Foundation for giving me this opportunity to represent the New York State Court officers and our heroes, Mitchell Wallace, Tommy Jurgens, and Harry Thompson. God bless the military, and God bless the United States of America.
Karina Stan, Mary Dominica Stanley, Anthony Starita, Jeffrey Stark, Derek James Stadivekis, Patricia J. Statz, Craig William Staub, William V. Steckman, Eric Thomas Steen, Alexander Robbins Steinman, Edna L. Stevens, Andrew Steropoulos, Andrew J. Stern, Norma Lang Sturl, Martha Jane Stevens, Michael James Stewart, Richard H. Stewart, Jr., Stanford M. Stoller, Douglas Joel Stone, Lonnie J. Stone, Jimmy Neville Story, Timothy Stout, Thomas Strada. We would also like to remember Peter Teague Milano and firefighter Thomas William Kelly. Thank you all for what you have done, and thank you to the Siller Foundation. God bless. Thank you.
James J. Strain, Jr., Edward W. Straub, George J. Struck, Jr., Edward Thomas Strauss, Stephen R. Strauss, Larry L. Strickland, Stephen F. Strobert, Walwyn Wellington Stewart, Jr., Benjamin Suarez, David Scott Suarez, Ramon Suarez, Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez, Yoichi Sumiyama, William Christopher Sugra, Daniel Thomas Sir, David Mark Sullins. Christopher P. Sullivan. Patrick Sullivan. Thomas G. Sullivan. Hilario Soriano Sumaya Jr. James Joseph Sozo. Colleen M. Supinski. Robert Sutcliffe. Celine Sutter. And to my brother, firefighter Jeffrey James Olson. Jeffrey, to the world, you were a hero. To your family, you were the world. We love and miss you every day. Thank you, the Stella Foundation, for giving us this opportunity today.
Claudia Suzette Sutton, John Francis Swain, Christine M. Swerson, Brian David Sweeney, Brian Edward Sweeney, Madeline Amy Sweeney, Kenneth J. Swenson, Thomas F. Swift, Derek Ogilvie Sword, Kevin Thomas Sosick, Gina Stetzenberg, Norbert P. Zerkowski, Harry Tabak, Joanne C. Tebek, Norma C. Tadai, Michael Tadonio, Kichiro Takahashi, Keiji Takahashi, Phyllis Gale Talbert, Robert R. Telhami, John Talignani, Sean Patrick Talon, Paul Talty, Marita Tam, and my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. I know you're proud of Denise and the great job she's doing with your beautiful boys. Grief is truly the price we pay for love.
Rachel Tamares, Hector Rogan Tameo, Michael Andrew Tamuccio, Kenichiro Tanaka, Rondell Cherie Tankard, Michael Anthony Tanner, Dennis Gerard Tayermina Jr., Kenneth Joseph Tarantino, Alan Tarasuitz, Michael C. Tarot, Ronald Totaro, Deborah Tavalarella, Darrell Anthony Taylor, Donnie Brooks Taylor, Hilda E. Taylor, Kip P. Taylor, Leonard E. Taylor, Larissa Ceylon Taylor, Michael Morgan Taylor, Sandra C. Taylor, Sandra Dawn Teague, Carl W. Teep, Paul A. Temeyer, Yeshivant Morshore Tembi, and my husband, New York State investigator Salvatore T. Papasso, who gave his life, like so many others, to help rescue anyone that needed him. Thank you, Tunnel to Towers Foundation, for allowing us to say their names. I pray for our beloved city, and may God bless America.
Anthony Tempesta, Dorothy Pearl Temple, Stanley L. Temple, David Gustav Peter Tengelin, Brian John Terenzi, Lisa Marie Terry, Gumadi Thakyardeen, Hershad Sham Batty, Michael Theodoridis, Thomas F. Thurkauf, Jr., Leslie Ann Thomas, Brian Thomas Thompson, Clive Ian Thompson, Glenn Thompson, Nigel Bruce Thompson, Perry A. Thompson, Vanava Alexi Thompson, William H. Thompson, Eric Raymond Thorpe, Nicola Angela Thorpe, Tamara C. Thurman, Sal Edward Thierry Jr., John Patrick Tierney, firefighter, Mary Ellen Tiesi, and my son, firefighter George Kane. We love and miss you, George. Not a day goes by that we don't think about you and do everything in our power to honor you and honor all who were taken from us that day. God bless all our first responders, especially today, our police and firefighters. You need all our prayers, and you have them, and our military. God bless America. Pray for California. They need our prayers, especially the first responders out there. And thank you to the Silla family. And God bless all the families who have walked this journey with me for 19 years. Together, we have been strong, and we will always stay strong and honor our lost loved ones. God bless America. Thank you.
William Randolph Tiesti, Kenneth Teachin, Stephen Edward Ty, Scott Charles Timms, Michael E. Tinley, Jennifer M. Tino, Robert Frank Tipaldi, John James Tipping II, David Torrado, Hector Luis Torrado, Jr., Michelle Lee Titolo, Alicia Nicole Titus, John J. Tobin, Richard J. Todisco, Otis V. Tolbert, Vladimir Tomasevich, Stephen Kevin Tomset, Thomas Tong, Doris Torres, Luis Eduardo Torres, Amy Elizabeth Toyin, Christopher Michael Trena, Daniel Patrick Trant, Abdul Karim Traore. God bless my best friend, Captain Terrence S. Hatton. God bless my best friend, Patrick Patty Brown. Thank you to Frank Siller and the Siller Foundation for providing the leadership to read the names out loud today. Thank you, Frank. And thank you to America's Mayor for supporting this wonderful foundation, Mayor Rudy Giuliani, for leading us through those very hard times. Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you, Firefighter Tim Brown, for all you've done. I'm honored to present the following names: Glenn J. Travis Sr., Walter Philip Travers, Felicia Yvette Traylor Bass, James Anthony Trantini, Mary Barbara Trantini, Lisa L. Triotola, Karamo Baba Terra, Michael Angel Trinidad, Francis Joseph Trombino, Gregory James Trost, Willie Q. Troy, William P. Celepidis, Jr., Zanetta Valentinova Soy, Michael Patrick Tucker, Lance Richard Tumulty, Ching Ping Tong, Simon James Turner, Donald Joseph Tizillo, Robert T. Toomey, Jennifer Lynn Zemis, John G. Yusef Hofficer, Tyler Victor Ugolin, Michael A. Giuliano, Jonathan J. Human. To my brothers and sisters in the New York City Police Department, we lost 23 on 9/11 and over 200 post 9/11. May they all rest in peace. To the Silla family and the wonderful foundation, Tunnel to Towers, they help not only first responders, but our veterans and even citizens of New York after Superstorm Sandy. Thank you, and may God bless you. To our audience and those at home, God bless all of you, and God bless the greatest nation on this earth, the United States of America. Thank you.
Anil Shavari Umarkar, Alan V. Upton, Diane Marie Urban, John Damian Boccaccio, Bradley Hodges Vadas, William Varkasel, Felix Antonio Vale, Ivan Vale, Benito Valentin, Santos Valentin Jr., Carlton Francis Valvo II, Pendiala Vamikrishna, Erica H. Van Acker, Kenneth W. Van Auken, R. Bruce Van Hine, Daniel M. Van Laer, Edward Raymond Vanacore, John Charles Van der Vander, Frederick T. Varachi, Gopalikrishnan Varadhan, David Vargas, Scott C. Varsel, Azael Ishmael Vasquez, Ronald J. Valk, and all of those who have died from 9/11 related illnesses. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
Archangel Vasquez, Santos Vasquez, Peter Vega, Sankara Sastry Bellamori, Jorge Velazquez, Lawrence G. Verling, Anthony Mock Ventura, David Vera, Loretta Ann Verro, Christopher James Belanga, Matthew Gilbert Vienna, Robert Anthony Vicaro, Celeste Torres Victoria, Joanna Vidal, my brother-in-law, firefighter John T. Vigiano II, and my husband, Detective Joseph Vincent Vigiano, Frank J. Vignola Jr., Joseph Barry Villardo, Carabella Villoba Hernandez, Sergio Gabriel Vinueve, Santel Vincelli, Melissa Renee Vincent, Francine Ann Vigilio, Lawrence Vigilio.
Joseph Gerard Visciano, Joshua S. Vitali, Maria Percoco Vola, Lynette D. Vosky, Garo H. Vosker Egian, Alfred Anton Vukosa, Gregory Kamal Bruno Wachter, Karen J. Wagner, Mary Alice Wallstrom, Honor Elizabeth Wiano, Gabriella Sylvina Waisman, Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford, Courtney Wainsworth Walcott, Victor Wald, Kenneth E. Waldy, Benjamin James Walker, Glenn Wall, Mitchell Scott Wallace, Peter Guider Wallace, Robert Francis Wallace, Roy Michael Wallace, Jean Marie Wallendorf, Matthew Blake Wallens, Mita L. Waller. And I'd like to honor the 3,000 children who have lost a parent due to the September 11th attacks. Our lives were shattered 19 years ago, and our innocence was robbed from us. I stand today to represent the hope and the strength that has come from this tragedy. To all that are affected by heinous acts of terrorism, you don't know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. And to my father, Thomas Strada, how I wish you could walk me down the aisle in just 3 weeks, but I will carry you in my heart. We love you, we miss you, and we will never forget. God bless.
John Wallace, Jr., Barbara P. Walsh, Jim Walsh, Jeffrey P. Walls, Ching Wang, Weibing Wang, Michael Warcola, Stephen Gordon Ward, Timothy Ray Ward, James A. Waring, Brian G. Warner, Derek Christopher Washington, Charles Waters, James Thomas Waters, Jr., Patrick J. Waters, Kenneth Thomas Watson, Michael Henry Way, Todd Christopher Weaver, Walter Edward Weaver, Nathaniel Webb, Dinah Webster, William Michael Weems, Joanne Flora Weil, Michael T. Weinberg, and my father, Police Officer Paul Talty. We love and miss you all.
Stephen Weinberg, Scott Jeffrey Weingard, Stephen George Weinstein, Simon Weiser, David M. Weiss, David Thomas Wengerchuk, Peter M. West, Whitfield West, Jr., Meredith Lynn Whalen, Eugene Michael Whalen, Adam S. White, Edward James White III, James Patrick White, John Sylvester White, Kenneth Wilburn White, Jr., and Leonard Anthony White.
Following names: Melissa Watt, A. Sandra L. Wayne, Leanne E. Whitfield, Lee A. Whittington, Michael T. Hooley, Mary Lenz Weeman, Jeffrey David, William J. Wick, Allison Marie Wildman, Glenn E. Wilkinson, Ernest M. Wilshire, John Charles Willett, Brian Patrick Williams, Candace Lee Williams, Crossley Richard Williams, Jr., David J. Williams, David Lucian Williams, Debbie L. Williams, Dwayne Williams, Kevin Michael Williams, Louis Anthony Williams. What a beautiful day. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and the city was full of life. I had just turned 15 years old, and it was my first day of sophomore year at Holy Cross High School in Flushing, Queens. My father had just retired after 29 years as a detective with the New York City Police Department, and my family had just begun to rise from the ashes following the death of my 5-year-old sister to brain cancer the year before. That beautiful morning turned into our country's darkest hour, and none of us saw it coming. Every single day is a gift, and we should never take it for granted. On the morning of September 11th, thousands of people had every intention of seeing their loved ones that night, but never got the chance. Live every day as if it were your last, because you never know what tomorrow has in store for you. Today I remember those who were lost, especially my cousin Michael Rourke Andrews, who worked for Cantor Fitzgerald and was on the 105th floor when the North Tower was struck at 8:46 a.m. on that dreadful morning. He never had a chance, but he is missed by everyone who loved him so. We also remember all those whose lives were lost fighting to protect and preserve our great nation. I'm a vigilant New Yorker and proud to live in the greatest city in the world. This morning I took a walk over by the memorial, and much to my surprise, there were more people there today than there were last year. It's where we should have been. There was no reason to cancel this year's traditional ceremony. But I thank the good Lord that the Tunnel to Towers Foundation stepped up and provided us with an alternative sanctuary to remember our loved ones. And God bless everyone involved in making today happen. Our locally elected officials and the powers that be tried to take this day away from us. But come hell or high water, we will never let that happen. Remember in November. My thanks to the Vice President and Mrs. Pence for being with us today, and to our great President, thank you for working tirelessly to keep America safe. From those who wish to burn our country to the ground, both abroad and most recently at home. God bless our amazing boys and girls in blue and all of our brave first responders. And to our military men and women, you are forever our heroes. Remember, we live in the land of the free because of the brave. Say a prayer and never forget, for on this day, there is nothing more important. Thank you.
With thanks to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, I am honored to read the following names: Louis Calvin Williams III, John P. Williamson, Donna Ann Wilson, William Eben Wilson, David Harold Winton, Glenn J. Winnock, Thomas Francis Weiss, Alan L. Wisniewski, Frank Paul Wisniewski, David Wiswall, Sigrid Charlotte Wiswy, Michael R. Wittenstein, Christopher W. Wodenchik, Martin Phillips Woolforth, Catherine Susan Wolfe, Jennifer Yen Wong, Su Chang Steve Wong, Yin Ping Wong, Yuk Ping Wong, Brent James Woodall, James John Woods, Marvin Roger Woods, Patrick J. Woods, Richard Heron Woodwell, and my father, Battalion Chief Joseph Grislack. Dad, 19 years still feels like 19 minutes. As a proud United States Marine Corps Vietnam vet, and even more proud Battalion Chief in the FDNY, it was apparent to everyone who knew you how much you loved serving your country, your city, and your job. It was even more apparent how much you loved your family. Your fun-loving presence and bushy mustache are sorely missed, but many of your personality traits are evident in your 4 grandchildren. Please continue to guide us, protect us, and unite us again like we were on September 12th, 2001. Our family marches on each day to preserve your legacy and make you proud. Today, we celebrate your life and all of the precious lives lost in tragedy. Although I will never stop seeking the truth, today we celebrate America. Our spirit has not and will never be broken. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. God bless America.
Captain David Terrence Woolley, FDNY, Ladder 4. John Bentley Works. Martin Michael Wertley. Rodney James Wotton. Firefighter William Wren. John W. Wright. Neil Robin Wright. Sandra Lee Wright. Jupiter Yabem. John D. Yamnicki Sr., Sarish Yana Mandala, Vicky Yancey, Sharin Yang, Matthew David Yarnell, Myrna Yaskuker, Shakila Yasmin, Ol Abizi Shadi La Yani Yi, Kevin W. Yoakum, Edward P. York, Kevin Patrick York, firefighter Raymond R. York, Suzanne Martha Humans, Barrington Leroy Young Jr., Donald MacArthur Young, and my brother, Captain William F. Burke Jr., Engine Company 21. Thank you, Billy, for all you did that day and that how you watch over all of us to this day. Thank you.
Edmund G. Young, Jr., Jacqueline Young, Lisa L. Young, Mark Michael Joseph Zinzi, Charles Allen Zion, Julie Lynn Zipper, Salvatore J. Zisa, Procopios Paul Zois, Joseph J. Zu
A. Knapp, William Mako, Wilfredo Mercado, and Monica Rodriguez Smith and her unborn child. And on 9/11, my husband, Joseph Grislak, FDNY Battalion Chief of Battalion 4-8. Our lives were forever changed by 9/11. Memories of lost loved ones, dreams of what could have been, and milestones missed. You missed the marriage of your 2 daughters and the birth of your twin grandchildren twice. You would have been a great Poppy. Our loss is felt daily. Even though you are far from my arms, you will always be in my heart. Sending hugs and kisses to you and your 343 and counting brave brothers. May you all rest in peace. God bless America.
Lee S. Failing, Jennifer Louise Fialco, Carl M. Flickinger,